כאמור,
So
יושבים פה
as I
מסביב
said,
לשולחן
around the
גם
table we
אנשי
have here with
מעשה וגם
us
אנשי
practitioners
מחקר.
and
בכלל, אנחנו
researchers,
מאוד
and we
מאמינים
really
בזה
believe
בכל הקשר
in that in any
ב-INSS. יש לנו
context. We
כאן
really believe in that in the INSS,
גם
in this combination.
לשעברים מאוד מאוד
We have
מנוסים
very
מהתחום
former
הביטחוני וגם
senior
אנשי
officials from
מחקר
the
באופן
security
כללי, לא רק
establishment and
בתחום הזה.
researchers.
בתחום הזה,
And in this
אני חושב
field,
שזה
I
עוד יותר
think it's
חשוב.
even more
המפגש הזה,
important. This
החלפת הדעות,
encounter, this exchange of
ההפריה ההדדית,
ideas,
הם
this
קריטיים
mutual
כדי לקדם
learning
את
are
התחום.
critical to
אמרת, מאיר,
advance what we
באמת,
want to do. So you said earlier, Meir,
זה הפך כבר לקלישאה,
and it
כן,
already
שהשיבה
became
לאוקטובר
a
שינה את
cliche
הכל, מה
that
שהיה או
October
מה שיהיה.
7th changed everything and
זה
everything
נכון
will
ולא
change it,
נכון.
but it's true and it's
במובנים
not
שצריך
true
לא
in a
לתת
way.
פרספקטיבה. נכון
It's
הוא
true that
שהשירה מאז
ever since
ומאז,
October
זה
7th,
בעצם המבחן האולטימטיבי
we
לחברה.
we are actually being tested. Our society is being tested because we had this blow. The Israeli society suffered a blow, not only in the physical sense, which is severe enough in terms of the victims, etc., and different perceptions have been undermined. Basic perceptions, beliefs in IDF, in trust in Intel Directorate, the belief that we are very potent, and the fact that we always wanted to fight our enemies in their territory, but we were invaded, and it's inconceivable. Even today, it's hard for us to believe that it happened. The fact that there are refugees, displaced people in our own country, tens of thousands until this very day, ever since the war started. So it's very fundamental, something very fundamental here was undermined. So this is the ultimate test for a nation, for a society. Not only we need to recover, we need to cope with the situation, but we also need to redefine ourselves, the very foundations that we've had in light of what happened. So the term resilience has this immediate meaning of how do you cope here and now, how do you actually maintain communities, how will we make it possible for the evacuees to go back home, how do we continue to fight, how the reservists will continue to fight and their families. These are immediate components of resilience. How do we cope with personal traumas? I think that we've never had a situation in which each and every one of us experiences a personal trauma, but at the same time there's a collective trauma, and they are different, and we don't treat them in the same way. And this is the situation we are at. So this is the first thing, but I'd like to propose that there is also another term. Look, the Israeli society has dealt in recent years with different problematic issues, even before October 7th. And in fact, it became very clear to us that we are a collection of tribes, and we try very hard to become one nation, and it's not that easy for us. And in fact, this attempt to form a nation based on these different tribes, it demands or it requires a lot of investment. Investment on what? Social capital. This is a term that Daniel usually uses. Social capital. What is this social capital? Think about it. I'm an economist, so think about it as a saving account. We need to contribute to it, to save throughout our lives. And then this capital, this fund that is being accumulated, two things happen with it. It provides you with a stable income, interest if you wish, so that you will be able to continue to function. But on a winter day, you will have, on a rainy day, you'll need a major part of it. You'll actually need it, and then you find out whether you have it or you don't have it. If you find out that there is a deficit there and that you haven't noticed, then it's the result of what you've done throughout the years. And I'd like us to think about it this way. It's the right way to think about it, because if we are facing these concrete challenges today, the ones that I mentioned, immediate coping with resilience, but not only that, we reach this moment of truth and we need to cope with much deeper issues in Israeli society. For example, conscription to the IDF, yes or no? It's a question that relates exactly to this social capital that I was referring to. Who actually contributes to this fund? Who does it? Who shares the burden? And how much do we have at our disposal in this particular situation? And so on and so forth. There are other issues that we have to face. So what I suggest now, I think that we should, as you said earlier, in terms of our way of thinking about resilience, and again, there are different layers. There are the very concrete and immediate components, and there are more general, deeper components. But if we don't take care of all the layers, our ability to handle to help the individuals will be undermined. So we see ourselves in the INSS as very committed to this cause, as an institution and as a place where research is conducted and advanced. And I really hope that we will continue to do that. And we do need collaboration, because not everything can be done here. We need support. And we should not be embarrassed to say that out loud, because it requires so many resources if you want to take it seriously, and that's what we intend to do. So this was my introduction, and I wish us all an interesting day, interesting workshop. We need it. Thank you very much. He's not using the microphone, unfortunately. No? Okay. No, I can't hear him. Sorry. I can't hear him. He's not using the microphone. Please let him know that I can't hear him. Okay, Manu, what you said is very important, and it's very true, especially with regards to social capital. I'm glad Daniel is here with us. In conversations that I've had with Bob Putnam, who's the one of those who coined this term, social capital, he told me that when he started discussing this term, at first he thought about calling it social power or social force, but intentionally he chose the term of social capital in order for it to be similar to financial capital and other similar terms. So the term social capital is not accidental. There is a reason behind it. Please let him know that he's not using the microphone. Are there any other comments? We're just waiting for Daniel's presentation to be ready, and then we will start. Anyone else wants to make a comment about it? That's the right time to do it. Would you like to? Yes, go ahead, please. So I really agree with what you said about the combination between research and practice, and the presence here actually reflects it. But I'm not sure that this connection is sufficient, the connection between academic studies and the people who make policy and people who influence practices. I can tell you specifically, and it is evidence-based, we always send our studies, even before we publish them, we always send them to member of the Knesset, member of the parliament and different governmental institutions and to policymakers and decision makers, etc. But we don't always see that it's being they don't really always take it seriously, and as the public expect them to. Yeah, we are from the University of Tel Aviv, and there is an entity at the university we established. It is based on a definition, and resilience doesn't always mean coping, but also recovering. So there is this element, the long-term element, and that's why almost all of our studies in recent years are longitudinal studies. It is difficult. We have budgetary problems, we have problems processing data, but we prefer longitudinal studies in order to check what is happening in the long run. Even if studies are conducted outside of Israel, for example, in Ukraine, in neighboring countries, we conduct longitudinal studies. Now we can hear him. It's okay. Yes. Okay. So amongst the component of resilience, there's not only functional continuity and bouncing back, the initial recovery, but there is also something of bouncing forward, or what we can. Bouncing forward is also a component. It actually has to do with growth, and today we use new terms that talk about transformative resilience, a system or processes, especially at the social aspect, that allow us to go out of a disaster or recover from a disaster, and not only go back to the initial stage, to the previous stage, but actually to grow from it. And there is no doubt that it really goes back to what Manuel said at the beginning, that we want to see what happened to us, our chance of recovering from October 7th, but now we want to start a growth process, and we want to we want to conduct a transformative move, and we actually see it as part of resilience, and I'll speak more about it during my introduction. But apropos what Manuel talked about, it's not only about the here and now, but it's more general than that. Bouncing back of the presentation, we already have the presentation in front of us, so please, just in short, Bruria, I'd like to go relate to what you said. This difficulty to mediate studies results and translate them into recommendations to policymakers is a general problem. It has to do with all aspects of life. You're in good company, but I'd like to indicate that it's exactly one of the important roles of INSS, because we are here in the middle. We know how to speak with both sides, or communicate with both worlds, and this is one of the missions of this institution, to affect policy, to influence policy. So here we try to do it, and it's true that recently it has become even more difficult to affect policy somehow, but we hope that there will be change for the best in the foreseeable future. So thank you very much. Sorry, I can't hear him. You have to get used to speaking to the microphone. my voice is loud enough, but obviously you're not the problem. The translators are the problem. So, Mano, again, I learned something from you. So,
here we switch to our very, very dear friend and colleague, Professor Daniel Aldrich of Northeastern University. This is not the first time that he is with us. I think that everybody knows him and appreciates his guiding role in the international community of resilience research. And we really are very, very happy that you are here with us. He's going to be also with us tomorrow for our conference, and we are here to listen to you very attentively. So please.
So thank you very much for having me back. It's an honor to be here. So today, really quickly, I want to go over some of the ideas that I think are critical, thinking about the broader resilience that Israel needs to develop if it really doesn't have them in the place. And I put my email address and my X handle on the board for those of you who want to have a conversation later, if we don't have time today to have those conversations. So for me, the core elements of any resilience approach really has to have 4 aspects behind it. And you can summarize all of them by simply saying a strong, resilient process is 2 things. It's a bottom-up process from the people themselves, and it's people-centered. And I'll talk about what those 2 terms mean. In that process of being bottom-up and people-centered, we have to prioritize the core needs of the residents, because it's too often that we see during a disaster and afterwards, the government will pick up a plan they had from before and use that plan in that disaster moment. They'll not let a good crisis go to waste, as many have said. The second aspect that's critical is to recognize that resilience takes time. Even if the funding is running out, even if the government tells you everything is done, even if the mayor insists everything is fine, it will not take weeks or months after most shocks to recover. If you ask me right now my prediction for what happened after October the 7th, it will be a minimum of a decade, maybe longer, before we can see true recovery across mental and physical health, for example. A decade, not weeks, not months. The third is to be very careful about the impulse that we're going to have to use physical infrastructure and technology as a substitute for true resilience. Too many times we look to gadgets, to walls, to ideas of technology as being the savior for us, the Moshiach, so to speak. That's a dangerous thing to happen. The final idea I'll talk about in a second is to ensure that social capital we just heard about is thriving throughout that process. Oops. I think you've all heard me say this before, but it's worth saying again. Too many times thinking about disasters, we put the onus, we put the responsibility on the individual. We expect individuals to be ready, individuals to have weapons, individuals to be able to do things by themselves. And this image from behind me is, of course, about disaster preparedness. You should have food and water and shelter and everything else ready for you. It's a very common idea that we put the responsibility on the individual. And at the other end, we tell them, perhaps, well, no, it's not you, it's on the government. We'll build, like in Japan behind me, a 15-meter seawall to prepare for a disaster. So I have these very contradictory arguments. Either it's on me as the individual, or the government is making my life safe. If the government is making me safe, why do I need to be ready? And if I'm getting ready, then why is the government wasting money on these kind of plans? If you've heard me speak before, you know my argument would be, true resilience does not come from either the individual or a top-down approach. True resilience comes at the middle level, the meso level, the community level, with bonding, bridging, and linking social capital. Bonding social capital is homogeneous, people who are quite similar to us. Bridging social capital is heterogeneous, people different than us. Bonding and bridging capital are horizontal ties. And linking social capital is a vertical tie to decision makers, to heads of state, and so forth. Now, oftentimes we think about after a disaster, how are we making decisions about what to do? So my lab and I began measuring across different disasters who is in charge, who is on the decision-making committees. And this image behind me captures, after many, many disasters, most of the recovery experts are two types. They're engineers or researchers, or they're government bureaucrats. That's a huge problem, even though all of us in this room may be, in fact, one of those two categories of researchers or government bureaucrats. So few of the people involved in the committees making decisions about their future are women, for example. So few of them are residents. So few of them are NGOs and NPOs and faith-based groups. So the first process in getting to resilient bottom-up is to actually be bottom-up, having those individuals not from the top, not the outside experts making decisions, but making sure the community itself has a voice that's being heard. Okay, another category of bottom-up is mental health and psychosocial care. Now, there are many ways that we in a society can take care of each other during a process like this. The highest level we often think about are professional counselors, therapists, psychiatrists. That's the highest level. But the reality is there are two other levels that we have measured that actually work quite well. The first is psychosocial first aid, the kind of work that the ITC is doing, that Tali Levanon is doing with people around the country, training people, social workers, first responders, rabbis, chaplains to be on the ground engaging. Even if it's not a long-term process like a psychiatrist might have, it's a critical element. And the bottom-up response in this moment are the social networks, the people around us, our friends and family. And I want to bring you some evidence. First of all, I'm sure you all know this quite well already. I'm sure you've heard 1 in 3 Israelis, for example, with PTSD, and over almost 2,000 soldiers facing PTSD right now. And if you think perhaps that this is a unique idea, that bottom-up matters, I'll show you some evidence from Japan. 140,000 people were displaced by the Fukushima meltdowns, the nuclear meltdowns. One of the largest risks that we have is a dread risk of radiation. We can't see it, we can't measure it, we don't know the impact for the long term. So we measured over time, as we've heard already from Peter Kimchi, measured over time the mental health of the individuals fleeing from this Fukushima meltdown. And things that we might think matter a lot, income, for example, and health, had no measurable impact on mental health. That is to say, being very wealthy and being a marathon runner or eating your tofu or whatever, those things had no impact on reducing the Kessler-6, the K6 scores. The only measurement that we found, the only element that mattered in helping to improve mental illness after a major shock were social capital, ties to neighbors, ties to friends. So we may think, what's the big deal? Right, they're displaced, they're missing their friends for a while. That first layer of those 3 layers of mental health care is a measurably important one in the resilience building process. Next, what does it mean to be people-centered? It means, first of all, we have to make sure we're always building social capital. How do we build social capital after a major shock? I would argue the biggest type to build is bridging social capital, which can be built in everyday spaces. We don't need a fancy room or a fancy office or a doctor's office to do that. Our research has shown that these kind of spaces, parks, community centers, synagogues and places of worship, and even restaurants and cafes and bars, these spots of social infrastructure are critical elements in building these kind of bridging social capital. Behind me is evidence that we have from thousands of these spaces that we've been measuring over time. These kind of community spaces, worship sites, social businesses and parks, their biggest impact that we've measured is on bridging social capital, building ties to people that are slightly different from us. So social capital that we're trying to build here broadens our networks, expands our connections and our horizons. We have the same evidence, by the way, also from North America, where after major disasters, we measured different types of government investments, top-down versus bottom-up, and hard projects, physical infrastructure, roads, berms, bridges, versus a local soft infrastructure, parks, libraries. And this behind me is an image called an average treatment effect. It shows what's the impact for investing money in a bottom-up process. Those are the yellow and the purple ones versus a top-down. What you see behind me is that as the government invests more money in top-down projects, we actually end up losing people and losing economy. If we invest in a bottom-up process, both local communities, libraries, and so forth, we actually have more individuals coming back to the community, and we have higher levels of income as well. This is true across area. Okay, let's assume that I'm correct, and we only have a few minutes left, so let's speed this up. If I'm correct, what are the challenges that we have to this? First of all, data. I've been asking everyone that I've met in Israel, which is so far 3 people, but I've asked everyone that I've met in Israel the same question. Is there a national level framework collecting data from October the 8th that tries to understand mental and physical health, social capital, and demographics? And the answer I've heard so far is maybe, I don't know. No one seems to know, and I think the answer is probably no. We are missing now 4 months of data on how our brothers and sisters are doing. That is a major problem for all of us. And if I had a magic wand to wave right now, I would wave that wand and say, beginning by the end of this conference, we should all have an agreement on a national level framework, something like the Israel Recovery Framework, that will begin using bottom-up measurements from around the country, north and south, people who've been directly in the trauma and indirect trauma, and capturing this. Behind me is a map that we built using that kind of data, for example, all of North America. So first thing is data. We need systematic data on what's going on, both on social capital and on social infrastructure. Next, we know in peacetime, in normal times, the distribution of facilities that build these kind of connections are inequitable, uneven. Some communities have a lot more, and some have a lot less. So thinking about Sde Boker, for example, or the Bedouin communities there, versus maybe here in Tel Aviv. Parks, libraries, synagogues, how accessible are they to the average individuals there? If these are the sites that we measure as building social capital and communities we know don't have them, what's going to happen afterwards? When 150,000 people are in new locations, new places, new communities, we're building new housing. Does the housing come with places like this? Parks, spaces to worship, and so forth. So we're thinking about, as we recover, how are we building a resilient society based on these social infrastructure sites? Finally, there's always a massive imbalance in investment between top-down hard spending and bottom-up soft infrastructure spending. I've measured in 2 other countries, North America and Japan, that some 94% of the money being spent after disasters is almost always on physical infrastructure, gray infrastructure, concrete things. So think about walls, security fencing, bridges, ports, dams, homes. And around 5 or 6% is being spent on libraries, social connections. What is Israel doing right now? Is Israel spending the vast majority of money on issues of hard and physical security? Or is Israel spending money on bottom-up and other things? Thank you.
Toda rabba. Thank you very much, Daniel, for your, as always, wise comments. I just want to say one thing about the issue of data. First of all, you're absolutely right. But I want to say that I know from Shaul Kimchi and his group, they are working from day one on collecting data and analyzing data. That's one thing, and it's very valuable. We also at INSS are very busy collecting data. We have already had 14 or 13 or 14 surveys that we have done here. We have not yet done the in-depth kind of an analysis that is needed to divide it into different categories, different perspectives, etc. But with the data, I think is there. Also, the government is also collecting data. But absolutely, you're right. We have to work and very hard to get the right empirical data at hand so that we can actually use it while this thing is happening and also for the future. So,
thank you very much, Daniel. This is very important. Just to continue with what Meir said about data, this is a constant fight. I mean, essentially, there is not enough awareness at any level of the importance, the long-term importance of both gathering, analyzing, and communicating data results. And, in this field, as in many others, I mean, that's a big thing. There is data, collected. But, does it come out and influence policies? Not clear. That's one thing. The second thing I want to refer to what you said about physical investment as opposed to investing in building bridges or bridging capital and so forth, social capital. I agree completely with you. But there is I think a very good example of that right now. The key thing that everybody is saying for people in the South to go back is the educational system. Okay, is reopening schools and kindergartens and so forth. That's not an issue of money. I mean, it requires some, but it's an issue of, doing it in the way that we provide kind of the right places for children to be, the children are feeling better than parents and so forth and so on. So that's a good example. But, the other, what you mentioned, parks and libraries and so forth and so on, I agree completely with you. The problem is that, those things, don't have the immediate visibility for them to become really a magnet or something that can attract both public attention and that for example, the displaced people that were evacuated will say, okay, yeah, I'm going back because now we have that, okay? So you need a combination that is very tricky, both of what you describe as physical, but the physical, you see, they have visibility and it shows commitment by the government or something like that. So, you need really to create a package that will reassure people, even though, the things being done are not necessarily the ones that in the long term will make the difference. Sorry, I have to go.
Okay, thank you very much.
Move on now to the second part of our meeting, which will be dedicated to a presentation of studies, of 4 studies. Now we'll have short presentations of 15 minutes, and later on we'll have questions and discussion about each presentation, and I hope we'll have time before the break so we will be able to hear general comments. So we will have time for further questions and comments later, Bruria, unless you want to say something right now.
Short question. I completely agree with what you said concerning the importance of the social capital. But you talked about, for example, I'm putting aside parks, which is, I think, good for everyone, but places of worship and libraries for a large proportion of the population right now are not as relevant. Are you also looking into different types of support systems, like virtual ones, which the young ones are very much looking for?
Yes, Yes, so they are important. The virtual spaces are also important. This is part of the book that I'm writing right now. So yes, we need to capture those virtual spaces as well. And even thinking about radio networks, right? Even radios themselves can be a kind of social infrastructure where people can communicate and send ideas back and forth. So radio, internet, all those things are places that we need to build as well.
Okay, my presentation is designated to present an image that we have formulated in the course of the war here in the Institute, and that is why it's very concrete, as per the war in Gaza, in which we are in its midst, with an attempt to look to the future. So as you see in the slide, functional resilience is defined as the ability of every system to cope with a major disturbance or disaster, which is what we're experiencing now. So since the Intifada, no doubt the most significant crisis has been the October 7th. So the question of functional continuity in the course of the disaster, the ability to bounce back has to be rapid, and I have to comment to Daniel who said that it will take a long time. Time is of essence, and we cannot allow ourselves as a country, as a society, to we cannot allow rehabilitation processes that will take 10 years, and that is why the speed, the time factor is critical. Clearly, it will not take weeks or months, but I have to tell Daniel, the nightmare to which you referred, that it will take us 10 years to bounce back from. I doubt that the state of Israel will be able to exist as it wishes to, and I'll say a word about that, in the course of 10 years while rehabilitating itself. That is why this is the first and foremost challenge. So I'm talking about bouncing back and bouncing forward, and note, while preserving its identity and its fundamental values. Now, I want to remind you that we are not only in war, but also after years of fundamental undermining of the values and identity of the state of Israel. We're fighting in this regard as well. We're not only in a struggle against the Palestinians and Hamas, which is of course significant, but also we are experiencing an internal struggle within, in the midst of war, whose implications are significant in regards to the resilience of Israeli society. Now, I would like directly to refer to the war itself. On the right, you can see the theory about the basic provisions for recovery. Daniel referred to them, and we have spoken about them. But let's say a word about the opening situation in the current war. Now, we have to first remember that the Jewish people has a history of high social resilience and high ability to bounce back. I always remind us that when the Second World War has ended with the greatest ever disaster for the Jewish people, and within 3 years we've established the state. That is bouncing back, not 10 years, Daniel, but within 3 years, founding the state that flourished and thrived and grew to become what it is today. And we have also seen throughout our wars and the Intifada very quick recovery. A second thing that we have in the opening state of affair, the basic Israeli instinct of coming together, winning together, is not only a slogan, it has implications and meaning in terms of social resilience, but the question is how to preserve it in the course of time. Now, I already said that we have suffered years of undermining of social resilience, and we all are aware of that. It's important for me to state that the macro economic state of Israel, Israel's economic capital, is all in all pretty reasonable. We're on a track of growth and strength, and that is very important to take into consideration when we're talking about resilience generally. The state of affairs in the beginning of the war and the October 7th events, I define them as an ongoing collective trauma. I think even now, 5 months after the opening strike, the horrible opening strike, we are suffering an ongoing state of trauma, and that is manifested not only in fear of many people who are living in places that we cannot imagine are livable, but also in our approach towards the conceptual frameworks in which we are living. We're still experiencing an undermining, a constant undermining of everything that we're doing. People keep on speaking about the conceptions that have collapsed, but we have no other conception. So the whole issue of basic values is very significant. Furthermore, we cannot avoid the first loss of faith in the IDF, that's also very important, and the offense on the trust in the state institutions. I want to talk about signs of recovery. And I would like to say that there are encouraging signs. There's a whole list of things here. Now, it's very important to remember that the recovery of the military just a few days after the opening of the war and the operation performance of our military, the commanders, the unit, the reserves unit especially, attest to a very high ability of recovery, which leads to significant inspiration, inspires the broad public. The communities, mainly in the south, mainly in the Gaza envelope, their conduct, not even on the first days of the war, but the on-call units and the gradual return to life in the south. What happened, I think, day before yesterday, a resuming of studies in Sderot. I deem this as an important and significant process, although it's accompanied by question marks. I think this is an encouraging sign. The operation of the civil front in the first months of the war are, of course, amazing. We'll talk about a lot of faith in the IDF, the recruitment of the media, although sometimes, at times, it generates inconvenience, but still it manifests the togetherness. And I want to emphasize the international support, although we speak more and more about criticism against Israel. But still, 5 months into the war, the Western countries, in terms of their governments, are backing us up significantly, headed by the U.S., and I think also the support of the Jewish people in the diaspora. These are important pieces in the puzzles in favor of recovery. On the other hand, of course, there are disconcerting signs of a delay in recovery. I refer to the extent of the civilian trauma, a sense of confusion, humiliation, loss of coherence and fear. There is a very problematic functioning of the government, especially regarding internal issues. We have a vacant and problematic political leadership. There's a delay in a return to a routine in various domains, education and employment. That delay and duration of the war, 5 months is a long time. And that's without talking about the possible expansion of the war to other fronts. Of course, that delays recovery, question marks regarding the end of the war, how will it finish, when will it finish, and of course, the questions about the day after, which increase confusion and disagreement in the public discourse. And of course, above all, the return of the polarizing discourse, which is very damaging in terms of the resilience. Now, we've conducted several... הוא עוד חייב לקרב את המיקרופון לפה. Several studies have been published. I can't hear him now. He has to bring the microphone closer to his mouth. Yeah, thank you. So a very interesting topic is the broad public support. The public trust in the institutions. Now note, trust and faith in the IDF is still surprisingly high, more than in times of routine. We're talking about more than 80%. And no, this is all after the first day, very significant. The police also wins a certain grace in this respect, and I believe that we'll see this graph descending. But note, the government is completely stable, garnering a quarter of 100 support. Now we're measuring the chief of staff, the minister of security, and the prime minister. Look at the gap. A state, a country that has a maximal 30% support or faith in the government is a problematic system. We've also measured the question of hope, optimism, and we've seen stability, high stability in terms of both these indices, hope and optimism, which attest to resilience. I'll skip the next slide and I'll talk about the faith in solidarity. Note the second from the left. There is a clear descent in the course of the last 3 surveys that we've conducted in terms of the sense of perceived solidarity in the public. I took both 2 left graphs. The descent in the course of the last 3 surveys that we've conducted attest to a pretty steep downfall, and this is concerning, of course. These are online surveys. Now, I want to speak about the interim estimate of resilience in the war. All in all, the functional continuity among civilians in the course of the war, but for the hostages' families, which is a very painful issue. But if we take the other 95% of the civilians, then their functional continuity is definitely reasonable. Now, we have to remember that we have few casualties in the civilian home front, and the war is currently only in the south, as long as we don't have a war in the north. But of course, this has a lot of, this is highly dependent in the continuation and development and continuation of the war and the functioning of the IDF. Now, we are expecting a slow U-shaped recovery after the war. We still have to sectoralize, classify this according to group of populations and institutions, because there's a difference between the center and periphery of the country. Now, I would like to ask, okay, we'll skip it right now, and I just want to say a few words about I would like to say that at the end of the day, I see the state of Israel in terms of resilience at a significant junction in the road. And this junction means that it's unclear right now whether in the foreseeable future we'll reach a point in which we'll begin to bounce back via the recovering mechanism. And it depends on the political structure of the state of Israel. And if the gap between the public and its optimism and security and resilience, and between the state of the government ruling Israel right now, I think if this gap remains, then the implications will be grave, not only in terms of our situation versus our enemies around us the day after, and the Palestinian, and also in terms of the state of Israel internally. And that is why I'm saying it's very important what will happen in the coming few months. We may start standing in place not only militarily, but also socially, and that could negatively impact our ability to recover, and of course, regarding our ability to bounce back. Now, we have 10 minutes for comments and questions, please. I can't hear anything. I don't know if anyone is talking. And it's off.
Okay.
Mayor, you said that resilience has to do with the preservation of the society's identity and basic values. Why is that true? Why can't we say, for example, that a change in values is a type of growth? An excellent question. I want to say something about the topic. I referred to transformative recovery that does not lose the indications or character of the state. For example, what are the principles of or components of Israeli society? I would like to say that as long as we maintain this country as Jewish and democratic, with an emphasis on democratic, Jewish in the sense that it is connected to the Jewish people, that bestows values of equality and the scroll of independence or Declaration of Independence. The democratic aspect of the state is threatened, and I think it's very important for us to preserve it. If we don't preserve this nature, we could have a different state, different from what we know now. And we can see what is threatening it. I think that it's no less a significant disaster than the external disaster that threatened the state. I would like to challenge your words as well. You said that the functional continuity is reasonable. Now, when we have approximately 250,000 citizens not living in their homes, and when I can't hear him, sorry, the microphone is not. When 50,000 students, he's not talking directly to the microphone anyways, when 50,000 students are not studying, and when people are saying that the government is not functioning, that the government ministries are not operating, when they don't give prizes but give away weapons, I don't think that you can say that the functional continuity is reasonable. He has to speak to the microphone, I'm sorry. When we checked, in the course of the Intifada, we checked when do people continue to go to the cinema or go to work. We've seen that there have been fluctuations after terror attacks. But 5 months into the war, there's no functional continuity in the parameters that we refer to. Well, first of all, yeah. So first of all, I think you're right to point to the problematicity in certain and important sectors in the Israeli society because they radiate towards the general. But when we're looking at the generality of things, when we're talking about functional continuity, when we look at Israeli economy, for example, and market, that's why I defined it as reasonable. But yes, we should look into it more precisely. And another last comment, this has implications over the question, to what extent could we even measure and evaluate resilience on the national level? as opposed to resilience on the local and community level. Here, there are things that we can track more closely, but national resilience is much more problematic because of the high variations between different sectors. But if I look at the general state of affairs, I didn't say appropriate functional continuity, but reasonable. But I do agree that we should classify it more precisely and know which populations suffer more, because we always know that the weakest link pulls the general public towards its situation. Thank you. Could you refer to the part of civil society which you did not look into, and at least in the year before the war and up until today, it has a central role in the formulation and formation of resilience? And secondly, have you any thoughts about not only leaving resilience to the day after, but also what should we do in the course of this long and painful process which will take, I don't want to be as pessimistic as Daniel, but which will take several years. Now, if we look to the history, we know that recovery after wars, even wars that occurred here, could take a very long time. I'll not answer you right now. We'll take two more questions from Shaul, but just shortly, because later on we'll have a discussion. So two short points. First of all, when you refer to the terms before the horrible crisis erupted, I want to say that it's important to state that we suffered from a grave political crisis, and we've measured it. I don't have time to go into details. Before the war began at the backdrop of a severe crisis. Secondly, we can see an excellent example to the Israeli civil society's approach towards the official aspect of things. We cannot obtain here in Israel a minimal budget for research about resilience. We work with Eastern Europe, and our colleagues from Slovakia, Romania, the Ukraine ask us, what, don't they fund your studies about resilience? Just an example, we've initiated today a study about the evacuees. We've received a great donation from a huge financial economy, not from Israel, but from Romania. In Israel, only the Tel Aviv University and also the Tel Chai College are funding these studies, and the Romanian government have donated to us. Yes, thank you, Yiftach. I want to solve the question of functional continuity that you referred to. And symbolically, we call it from Gadara to Hadera. So only the center of the country. And that explains what you said and how Reuven responded. I would like to propose, I wake up in the morning from time to time and report to Bruriah. Today I didn't sleep a lot because the battery 3 kilometers from the from my window has been shooting all night long. Yes, but it's clear. It's clear. Secondly, I would like to propose that we will refer to the understanding that there are two simultaneous crises here, and some try to connect between them. The first is the social political crisis that we've experienced up until October 6th, and secondly, the military crisis, the horrible incidents that happened on October 7th in the South. Now, it generates confusion when we try to refer to both with the same language and using the titles, unity and together we will win. That is a populist use of these words. Some of the population does not look as seriously as another part of the population regarding these slogans. Now, the crisis in the South, some people would like to say that the crisis in the South is a result of the internal political crisis. Some organizations have changed directions and said that they are beginning to function. Can't hear him, I'm sorry, as a civil society. So yes, I agree with all the remarks that we've heard. My defense is that this is what happens when we briefly have a brief presentation and can only refer to some points. I think that what Eitan has said is very important, that unsuccessful intermingling of the war outside and the internal crisis generates, it's not two separate battles, it's one battle that is unsymmetrically and unclearly intermingled, and that also delays the recovery. And sometimes the interests are opposed as well, yes. I would like just to say one word about the Gadara Hadera. Even within this very complicated and pessimistic situation in which we are, I keep looking for the light, and I'll tell you. At the end of the day, and Reuven, this is regarding what you say, we have horrible problems with the reservists and the hostages and their families and those who are traumatized within the military and outside, and the evacuees and the government. There are so many problems, and that's why I said that this trauma is ongoing, it's not over. But on the other hand, functionally, in the state of Israel, even if it's limited to Gadara, Hadera, and it excludes the north, there is functional continuity in the state of Israel. The educational system is operating, the transportation system is operating, people are, sorry, I can't hear if anyone else is speaking. If I look at the north or the south, that functional continuity is between 0 to 10%. Yes, that is true. And that is why we have to distinguish between 90% of the Israeli public or society and that 10% that also are islands that impact also the general population. They're there. But I strive to look at the positive aspects of things, because I think that at the end of the day, not all is lost, let's say. Not all is destroyed. That's what I would like to say, despite our mood as regards to these things. So I thank you for your comments. I would like now to hear from who's going to present now.
Okay, so let me start. So we are a group of researchers from the University of Tel Aviv, from Puria's department, and from the Academic College of Tel Chai. I used to work there as a professor. And we are called Reswell, and we actually established this organization to conduct studies on resilience around the world. We never imagined, when we first established this entity, we never imagined the situation which will be forced upon us. We started with COVID, and then there was the war in Ukraine, and afterwards the political crisis started in Israel, and then the war broke out. So we hardly have time to process all the data we collect. But on the other on the other hand, it gives us a broad perspective of social crisis, war, pandemic, and I must say that generally speaking, we notice some similarities. So there is no the resilience of war and resilience of COVID or political crisis. There are differences between them, but there are many, many similarities. So we work with large samples. And as I said, we've encountered many difficulties in recruiting resources, although these are inexpensive studies. We collect data based on questionnaires, and of course, there is a disadvantage there. It's not perfect, but it allows us to conduct our studies in proximity to the events. For example, now I'm waiting for the presentation. There's also a discount key I can use. Anyway, so for example, 5 days after the disaster in October, we distributed the first questionnaire, and it was very broad. We included 2,000 people. Today, we started an additional study or with a similar questionnaire that focuses on evacuees, although there is great difficulty to actually obtain online sample of evacuees, but I hope we're going to have 300 or 400 participants. So we believe that resilience allows individuals and society function after emergencies, and we know actually resilience protects us against anxiety and depression. I will present the data soon, and resilience intensified the public's compliance with instructions. What did we check? We have a longitudinal study whose purpose is to examine levels of resilience and mechanisms of negative and positive coping mechanism. Unfortunately, we only work with Hebrew speakers. It's not because it's not because we don't want to include Arab society, but there is a problem there. And we use validated research tools. So we had 3 dates, 15th of October, a few days after the disaster. We started with 2,000 participants. A month later, we conducted the second measurement with 1,600 participants. So we work with the same people, same participants. And in the third measurement, not long ago, in January, we had about 1,360 participants, very large samples. I don't want to explain all the figures here. I just wanted to show you the major changes in what fields we found the different differences. There were very significant differences. The biggest difference was in terms of the level of hope. And another difference was with the level of national resilience and decrease of the sense of danger. Yeah, this is something that we came up with. So we see national security, and we see a significant decrease in the second measurement, not significant decrease in the second measurement, and a very significant one during the last measurement. We have 3, let's call it types of resilience, and they all decreased. So I've been researching resilience for the past 25 years that I've never seen something like that. Amongst other things, we we actually tried to analyze different factors of national resilience, but we don't have time to go into it now. We see decrease across all factors, but what stands out is still that the highest level in terms of national resilience component is patriotism, and the lowest one is actually support of the government and the people who lead the government. What we call positive coping mechanism, morale and hope. So hope went up and then went down, and morale, this is one of the significant signs which is positive. And here we see increase in all three measurements. In terms of negative coping mechanisms, so the sense of risk or danger went down, of course, and the sense of danger or the sense of risk, and there were also stress symptoms, and I will talk a little bit about it more later. What predicts national resilience, without going into specific numbers, but the best predictor is community resilience. After that, there's hope, but here I must indicate that the hope is the best predictor of national resilience across all of our studies, whether they focus on wars, previous rounds, operations, COVID, or social crisis. And afterwards, we found another factor, very important one, supporting the government, and Buri will show you how the different groups are distributed, and also the level of religiousness. It's also a predictor, a significant one. The more religious people are, they report higher resilience and less stress. And we took the resilience measures and government support measures, and we divided the original question 1 to 5 to 3 groups. We call it people who oppose to the government, 664 people, neutral, 298, and supporters, 368. So now we're going to show you now the different measures of resilience in accordance with the support in the government, and refers to what was said here earlier about we have two parallel crises here. So we see that when it comes to national resilience and community and personal resilience, the group that supports the government has a higher level of resilience, and the group that opposes the government, of course, demonstrates lower level of resilience. It's predictable, but we see that it doesn't only refer to resilience, it also refers to measures of hope and morale. We also see the same phenomenon, and it's also true for the measures which we defined earlier, the negative measures, the sense of risk, the sense of threats, etc. For those who oppose to the government, these levels amongst them are higher, so they feel more stress. Those who oppose the government, there is a compliance between the two things. And Shaul spoke about stress syndromes, and it's a very important slide, because in a Ministry of Health conference, they presented data related to stress, and the range was between 60,000 people who need to be treated with anxiety and 600 people. So amongst different researchers, there was very high level of differentiation. You have to ask how many of you heard, maybe even on TV, that most population of Israel is post-traumatic. So when we check based on, as we said, validated tools, we can see that indeed we talk about a lower level of stress. And when we speak about stress, it also includes symptoms of depression and anxiety. And we see that in October, 9% was at a very high level, and it went down to 6% in November, and went further down to 5%. And of course, that if we look into the high level, which is very relevant, we see the same phenomenon. Obviously, we all been through something. Don't get me wrong, but but the data shows us the differences. There are two other differences that we would like to clarify. First has to do with gender differences. If we look at national resilience, there are no significant differences between men and women. But when we look at personal resilience, and you'll find it in every study, women report, so we all rely on report, self-report. So women report a lower level of personal resilience compared to men. When we speak about the differences in accordance to age groups, so we know that very often we relate to the elderly as if they are the most vulnerable. But what we found, apropos during COVID and here as well during war, that the most vulnerable group is the group of younger group, the group of Iftachs, yes, 31-year-old to 40-year-old, and we see it, and when we ask ourselves why, so it makes sense. So now, in order to sum up, where we see that there is some kind of an emergency routine, this is apropos what the dispute is all about with regards to Hadera, Gendera, and functional continuity. So a kind of emergency routine was created here, and we see that hope, which is one of the strongest predictor of national security, hope is eroded in the long term, although that our mood, our morale is higher, is becoming higher. So regarding genders, I've heard some comments. Some of it, of course, is also related to different expectations, cultural and social norms, differences between men and women, and the lower number of women in key positions, not only in the political world, but also as officials, but also it has to do with social pleasing. We are not that afraid. Women are not that embarrassed to admit that they have difficulties. For men, it's sometimes more complicated than that. With regards to age, this is the main group, 31 to 40-year-olds, socially, culturally, economically, but they're under pressure. They worry about the children, the educational system, their workplaces, and they are much busier than any other group, so they don't always can enjoy this social capital that Daniel was mentioning earlier. So you talked about limitations of study. Of course, you have to take them into account, but I'd like to finish by saying that one of the most important things in our eyes is to measure resilience in the long run. It's not fixed. And it's a shame, and Professor Aldrich talked about it earlier. We need to collect information over years. We've been trying to do it on our own, and it would be so much better if we had a designated budget for it to allow us to do it systematically. It can directly affect policy making and decision-making. So we do want to say that there is no wonder that despite the political, social crisis that we've had before October 7th, and it's still there, it hasn't gone anywhere, right? So despite that, we've seen a higher level of solidarity of civil society and society as a whole. All these slogans, together we will win, because existential threat actually increased solidarity. We're all under the same threat, it's clear, but the importance is what we do with it in order to retain it. And here we see vulnerability because it directly affects our ability to cope with the current crisis in a future crisis that maybe await us, and rehabilitation process must take it into consideration to be successful. So we just actually sampled 2,000 people from Ukraine, and we asked them about national resilience, and we saw that the level of national resilience there is higher than in Israel. Thank you, Buria and Child, for the important statements. I just want to tell you that the reports that you issue are very important, very interesting, very reliable, and we use them a lot. And thank you very much for that, and keep up the good work. And again, thank you for the collaboration. So let's start to hear some comments about this presentation. Let's start with Anat, and after that, Eitan. Yes, go ahead. And Daniel, of course. Okay. So, but please keep it short because we need to, we have deadlines. Okay. A question and a suggestion. And the question is regarding, so you actually talked about correlation between hope and optimism, and the question whether they support the government or not. So we know that the supporters of the government are more religious. And since we found it and we know that usually they are more hopeful. And a comment about the gap between men and women, which was also something that was brought up in the surveys. First of all, we need to take into account the gender differences in terms of what happened on October 7th, what actually happened, and what the reports on the media about what happened on October 7th, that will affect our resilience. Also in the level of sense of safety and how young women in Israeli society feel. And I can't really hear the speaker. Daniel.
Thank you very much. Oh, Eitan first? Okay. Thank you very much. Just two questions about the surveys. Are they online or in person? And are they geographically distributed throughout Israel, or are they in specific locations?
They're distributed through an internet panel. So they can answer either in the smartphone or in the computer. There's no interviews. It's the aim is to have a representative sample of the Hebrew-speaking people according to age, according to geographic location, and to gender. We know that there are specific groups that are not represented. First of all the Arab population, which because of budget, unfortunately, only those of them that speak good Hebrew and are in the panel answer, but also, for example, the evacuees. And this is why now specifically we are happy that the panel started to have a substantial amount of evacuees, and we are specifically going to that population.
Yes, I'd like to add or make a comment. The fact that we find it hard and we do not took to actually survey the Arab population, it creates a disturbance because we must do something about it. And I'm telling us to ourselves as well. So first of all, for obvious reasons, but I just want to emphasize it as a lesson that we need to learn and take into account and try to solve. So a few years back, we managed to reach 1,500 people in the Arab society, 1,500 people in general. 400 of them were from Arab society, but it wasn't representative. But there were younger people, and they didn't have older people. So it was very hard to conclude reliable conclusions because it felt as if it wasn't that representative. So it's not that simple to implement it. Ethan and then Orit. So my question has to do with what Daniel said and what you said about evacuees. I assume that close to 10% of the Israeli population is harmed by this, was harmed by this incident. Evacuees, families, people who lost their relatives. Obviously, they weren't that available to answer online questionnaires. So that's why I think that it twists the results. Okay? With regards to the Arab population, by the way, in Amman, we have this approach that internet, online, or telephone surveys in the Arab society are not reliable, and only face-to-face surveys will give you more reliable results. I think that, I just want to answer this because it is significant. So all such declarations must be evidence-based, No. It's not as if, sort of. We have to be very accurate. Now, I can tell you that yesterday, we came up with the surveys to the evacuees. This population, you said that they wouldn't be interested, but today we already received 212 answers. So we have to check ourselves all the time when we're making such assumptions, because whatever makes sense to us, it's not necessarily so. Not only evacuees, bereaved families, families who lost their relatives, the people in the south. So we need to know. We know that the numbers are really high, and following the war, they are getting higher and higher of bereaved families, for example. It's not that I have data, but I think that we need to take it into account. Yes, you're definitely right. We need to take into account many limitations, but we should not trust our gut feelings here. One of the steps that we're trying to do to overcome it, we included in the questionnaire a question of whether were you personally harmed, where did you lose, a relative or property, in order to try to assess how many of them answered. So the 600 who dropped out, 600 participants who did not continue, can you tell us something about them? And were they representative of a certain subgroup, or maybe they also reflected the same profile? First of all, you can know by the demographics. You can see exactly the people who dropped out, because there is the ID, right? And would you like to answer it? No. So we didn't see that there was some kind of significance to the specific. It's a dropout, which is more general. Yeah, but because of this specific reality, I was interested to know whether they represent something. We didn't find, something in common to tell you that this is why they didn't answer. Well, can you hear me? Yes. So, first of all, I'd like to say something not necessarily about this specific study, but about about the subject in general. So every discussion on October 7th starts with discussing the conception. What is the conception, and what is exactly the conception that was undermined? And apropos the context of conceptions, we also are affected by it as researchers, and I refer to the research basic assumptions that are used by us in the surveys or studies on resilience. And Ethan mentioned social crisis, which took place before this crisis. These crises undermine many of our basic assumptions, our definitions that are used by us. And I think that these are definitions that we must reconsider, redefine, and use them in a different way in our studies. I'll give you one example with regards to, first of all, you said earlier, Meir, you showed us a chart, a table, and Ron also talked about it, the changes of value, and he talked about going back to our basic values. And as part of the basic values, you indicated liberal democracy. And I think that when it comes to liberal democracy, as you probably defined it, is not supported amongst Israeli public. And democracy is something which it's a continuum, right? It's not, and in the past year, this continuum of what actually democracy is in Israeli context changes, and I wouldn't take the assumption that the public want to go back to liberal democracy. I wouldn't take it for granted, but because I think that we're not there. And one more thing that was brought up here, and that's a second example, has to do with, and again, it's also, we take it as a basic assumption, an obvious basic assumption that existential threat increases solidarity. I think that we have to ask whether it is necessarily so. Existential threat, as we experienced on October 7th, actually made us feel strongly about our shared destiny here in Israel, Israel, but also I think that there is a big question mark around the matter of the connection between existential threat and solidarity in Israeli society. There are other examples, but I think that we have to be very cautious with these basic assumptions that are used in our studies on resilience, and we should, especially when it comes to longitudinal studies on this specific topic. Just a short answer, if I may. Sorry, I can't hear. Yeah, I'll be very brief. I just wanted to react to what Karmit said. I really agree with her. She talked about the need to examine our basic assumptions, and I want to give an example which I think is important. You defined resilience with a definition which is very common. When I worked for the Reut Institute, we used a similar definition. It refers to the ability, but there is a basic assumption that there is a mutual understanding about the nature of challenges, the causes and solutions. Whenever there is an earthquake, so that's the challenge. The reasons are different plates, and the prognosis or desirable solutions is reconstruction and rehabilitation, etc., etc. But now we've identified two different challenges, but then there is no agreement. So even the military crisis, the reasons for these crisis has to do with a political predictor, right? It exists, and now my concern is that the misunderstanding regarding what happened is significant, and what was missing here with the definition is not only the ability, but actually the desire, the will as well, mutual understanding that motivate you to act. Thank you very much. Now I'd like to answer Karmit. I agree with your principle, but your example is not evidence-based. We checked existential threat and solidarity because we conducted these studies. We have the data from social crisis, COVID, and war, including social cohesion and solidarity, and the same we have data about what happened in Ukraine and neighboring countries. So you see the clear answer there to this matter. It would be nice if he would speak to the microphone. So I'd like to say, make a general comment following Karmit and Eran's comments. I think that they were very important for us. They are related to the differentiation between the data we collect in surveys regarding national resilience and, let's call it, focusing on specific sectors. So, in my opinion, it's not either or, but the fact that all of us focus eventually at the national level, and we exclude the Arabs, which we already mentioned for obvious reasons, which is unfortunate, but we speak about a state which is very rifted, polarized, and political elements here are very strong, and actually they determine what people say and the way they perceive themselves, and it creates a picture which is actually very questionable. This picture is important to us as a background, but in order to understand better, and maybe with the aim of taking action, translating the studies into practice, we need to, each and every one of us, but now I'm speaking about ourselves, and then I suggest that you do the same. So I suggest that we need to focus on specific groups in society that seem to us as critical at this stage. So I'd like to say, I'll give you an example, what we've thought about lately. So instead, or in addition, So the background is okay. As a background is okay, but if we truly want to understand what's going on in the critical points, which require decisions, today there are three main groups that we need to take into account. Gaza envelope. This is the territory, which is also diverse. There are people who live in kibbutz, religious kibbutz, secular kibbutz, moshavs, towns, and if also you can also include Ofakim and Sderot cities. So this is one group you should pay attention to, because it will be instrumental to the general resilience in the state of Israel in the foreseeable future. The second group is the north. Even before the war with Hezbollah, yes or no, I don't know whether it will take place or not. That's the second group, and it's not. In the first place, it's not that resilient as the group in the south, and it's very splitted and heterogeneous, and hopefully, and mainly, there's no hope for them. It's not clear what will happen to them. It's a very important group, but very problematic, and it can actually, the situation is very problematic. And the third group that I'm thinking of is the group of the Arabs, because I think that to a large extent with this group, 20% of Israeli population, it's a very important group on the one hand, but it's not on our mind. It's not on our agenda, and it's unfortunate, of course. And I think that we need to change the budget distribution and how we work with our service in a way that we will get a more balanced picture. In other words, to continue to conduct national studies, but we also need to emphasize specific sectors that I proposed, but they can be different, of course. So we'll speak about it later. We'll speak about a project later. Maybe you'll have something to say about it as well.
Meviali?
Can't hear anything.
The bereaved families, the balance between military and civilian, bereaved families. This is the first time in the history of the State of Israel is right now, and I hope that the proportion will not change in light of the reality which we're famous, is civilian rather than military. The balance lays towards the civilian. This cannot be ignored, and also the numbers of those who have been hurt mentally and physically. This is very present in the Israeli street, on the Israeli street. Can't hear. I can't. Okay. Now I can hear.
Rami Bar-Lev מפיקוד העורף.
Rami Bar-Lev from the Home Front Command. I can tell you based on my experience regarding the resilience in the south and north, the quantity of population is significant. The border, the length of the border is different, and the quantity of population is different. This is something that should be taken into consideration as well. I can't hear. Yeah. Bura, I would like to refer to what you said, but thank you very much, Buria, for your contribution. Just a few comments. The title is the Resilience Survey 2023. I'm not going to present the survey. I'm going to share what we thought to do as a research paper, a study about resilience in that time, and we didn't get to that, among others, because of the reason that Shaul will talk to about the budget issues. And second comment, I'm not going to be presenting any data, but I refer to today's seminary, Meir as a collegial professional coming together in order to discuss the notion of resilience more profoundly in light of a contemporary perspective that we're referring. And you opened and said that the current situation calls us to reevaluate our thinking about resilience. I think that is correct. We should think again about resilience, and I do think that there's an openness and tendency to refer to resilience differently because we are in a different phase, not only in terms of the resilience in Israel, but also in how we study resilience in the state of Israel. And people here know me well enough to know that I've been dealing with this issue for a long time, so we have the time perspective as well. I would like to say that it seems that we're beginning to err in relation to the notion of resilience. There's a horrible inflation of the use of this term. People, garage workers talk about the resilience of one's car. So there is an inflation of the use in this term, and all the more so there's no homogeneity in the definition of this term. I think that we should remind ourselves that resilience is, first of all, not a reaction. Depression, anxiety, that indeed is not part of resilience. Resilience is not a response. It's not a characteristic. It's not like introvert or extrovert, or on a national level, the tight fist of the Romanians, and it appears they're not so tight-fisted. But what is resilience? First of all, we use the English word capacity or capability. We say that resilience is not only a capacity, but the ability to function adequately, and you emphasize that in your definitions. And its relation to a crisis or disturbance is very important, and also the ability to refer to resilience is never in the sense of one single point of time, but also in the course of an ongoing duration of time. And in that sense, I joined what you refer to as the time perspective. In the world, this capability of resilience is impacted by the characteristics of the society, and we focus on faith in the government, faith in other institutions, patriotism. And by the way, your group, Shaul, I'll want to remind that these resilience components during COVID, I think that your facto analysis included also optimism. It did not include trust in the government. This time it includes trust in the government rather than optimism. Well, what I would like to say is that when we think about resilience nowadays, in this period of time, there are factors that we can hardly quantify. We cannot quantify them. And here I meant to tell Bruria her urgent call for evidence-based. That's great. And the fact that we went down in terms of depressive and anxious reactions from 9% to 6%, that's great. But remember where we're living. Remember what happens when we meet each other on a daily basis. How are you? How do you feel? Do you remember how people are feeling? People are talking about how they're not sleeping well, they're depressed, they don't have a good mood, they don't want to do anything, they cannot concentrate. Where is this in the evidence-based or the 9 or 6%? It's not there at all. And when some of those who spoke here said that it's more correct to talk about a collective trauma, collective sensation of destruction, I think Make no mistake, I'm a very rigorous researcher usually, but I think that where we are is at a place in which the evidence-based 9% is hardly relevant at all. Much more relevant is the general feelings and moods of the public, not as it's manifested, in which you're asked, how's your mood, and rated on a ladder from 1 to 6. And you present it on the y-axis between 3.5 to 5%. It looks so high, but the mood is horrible, and it's not demonstrated in these surveys. Now, some of the things that I am saying, I don't have answers to, but I would like to raise the questions and ask of ourselves in fairness, to look for answers. And I only referred to the issue of the general mood of the public. But there's another thing Karmit said, referred to it, the disagreement and social rift. This is a dramatic component within our resilience. It's dramatic. You walk among people and you know to begin with who you can talk to and who you could not talk to. We're already at a state of psychological allergy towards reactions, and that has a lot of impact over resilience, but it's not measured, and we cannot give it the evidence-based indices that we're looking for, and this is something that I'm very concerned from. Now, we wanted to work on the resilience survey 2023, and we could not obtain the budget, so we remained with just a short pilot. I'll briefly present it. This is the definition of resilience, but in the questionnaire that we wanted to distribute, we've placed that definition so people would react to it. And then we said what we want to do in the survey that we, at the end of the day, we did not do. I'm not going to present the data and remind you. We didn't want to check the extent of resilience or level of resilience, but asked the question, what are the components of resilience at this time for Israeli society? And there are several ways to collect such components, either through literature review or validated questionnaires that you do factor analysis, or by judges and experts that you gather. So we thought of taking these components that I can tell you now that if I had to redo it, I would have changed these. For example, instead of the level of threat, I would try to find another wording, the extent of destruction that we feel, for example. Let's go back to the first stage in which we wanted to ask, not how do you feel in this regard, in your questionnaires, but to ask, what do you think among these 10 items, what do you think is the most important item in terms of resilience, and what is the second most important, etc. And then we said to ourselves, by conceptually or theoretically rating what's important and what's less, that's only one step. And the second step is we should ask what exists, and this we didn't do. And I'll only tell you that in the little pilot that we've conducted, we discovered that 7 entities out of these items, out of these 10, when we asked regarding their importance, then unsurprisingly, the two most important were the trust in leadership and trust in governmental institutions and regime institutions. That's only half of the picture, but when we asked the second time, what of these do we have, then these were at the bottom of the ladder, because we don't have any faith in the government and in its institutions. And that is right. So the question is, let me conclude. I cannot hear the remark, sorry. I'm saying this not in order to be evocative, but I'm saying this because of the challenge that we're all facing to understand how we evaluate and measure today's national resilience when the mood and the rift are so dominant that what is at the top of the list as resilience components, trust, etc., is at the bottom of the ladder in terms of its fulfillment. So this paradoxical situation is that the most important is the less realized. So what does it do to our resilience? Now, I'm not presenting data, once again, I'll say, but I'm presenting questions that I think this table should discuss because that is the true challenge that we're facing. Thank you. Shailot. There's a study by Figli and Ron Marks with which you're probably familiar, and they try to do something that corresponds at least associatively with what you're presenting, and I think it's worthwhile taking a look at that because they relied initially on an expert panel and then they drafted a questionnaire. They called it the truthfulness of resilience in the sense of indeed how these closed definitions do not give a sense of what this notion is and how it is perceived by professionals and the broad public. Yes, we do intend to soon conduct a similar seminary that will deal not with the presentation of data, but with the clarification of the concept mainly. I would like, no, I can't hear him. Sorry. Okay. Orit corresponds with what I thought before. So our database has to be perhaps different, and I identify with the questions that I sympathize with the question that you're asking because it has to do with my own perspective, I would say, that in fact we don't provide ourselves with the more critical and important and influential images or perceptions on what is done in the field. And this is no less important than the general stuff, because there are many surveys that are made public by the media, and they provide a pretty good picture regarding the national mood. Now, let's admit, surveys that we deem as populist, more populist and not as academic, provide these pictures. And these sectorial surveys could sometimes give the more important perspective because they could also be, these perceptions could also be obtained through perhaps focus groups, not only surveys, and they don't cost so much. So I haven't done the calculation yet, but perhaps we should find a different channel or course of focusing in this matter. I wonder what you think about that, Ronnie, as a surveys man. I think that you're correct. The surveys in the media provide a pretty good picture of the state of affairs. I do think that the discussion that we're holding here tries to unify, but that's not the case. It's opposite. I think that we should break down the concept of resilience and look at, let's assume, the mood. I could explicitly say that we have indices that allow us to say what the general mood is, and it is different than what we're used to. But that's not the matter, actually. The terms may be expressed differently. For example, the issue of hope, the hope that has to do with resilience and generates resilience. What does it mean? Oftentimes it's the opposite. For example, it may be that if we have a lacuna, or we have an understanding that we're under a constant threat, then hope so profound threat and hope could play the same role and allow us to survive for the long term. We cannot integrate all these aspects into one concept, and I would hope that we could measure it differently in surveys and in different methods as well. No? They're both correct. Mayor, I would just like to comment. I agree with what you said, and I remind us all that the concept of resilience is an abstract concept. How do we define resilience? According to the way we measure it. So I don't think that we should aspire to have one agreed upon index, but the more different and varied indices will have, the better picture we'll obtain. By the way, our national resilience, I don't know, I think it was measured in 7 or 8 or actually 12 states quite successfully, including recently during COVID in Brazil and the Philippines. Yeah, Daniel?
Karmit is going to say something.
Karmit is going to say something, and then I would like to ask you to address this specific issue in terms of how do we do the data collection and the place of polls in this. So I would like to say a few things regarding my own words and Reuven's words. I do agree that we have to profoundly clarify the concept of resilience, because I think that, again, because of the Archimedean event that we've experienced on October 7th, there are those among the researchers that deal with the topic of resilience. There is sort of discomfort around this concept and our ability to faithfully describe what we are measuring. Do we measure what we want to measure, actually, or claim to measure? Now, in this sense, the more popular polls and surveys, as per what Ronnie said, many times we confuse between the concept of resilience and the concept of endurance. Now, the Israeli public is oftentimes called for endurance rather than resilience, and many polls check that, and I think that when the public is exposed to questions about resilience, oftentimes it interprets them in terms of endurance. Now, I think that you referred to the public mood, and I share your concern and concern among people around me, the difficulty to sleep, etc. But I think that the public vitality, as opposed, has been manifested. So maybe we could measure that as an alternative to public mood, public vitality. And a last and perhaps a bit provocative question is whether the notion or concept of resilience depends on the context, because we feel that there's something in the specific concept that cannot sufficiently grasp what's going on in Israeli society nowadays, and we are called to use a different concept. And when I teach about resilience, then I say, first of all, it's flexibility or agility. And you say a return to its basic values and identity. So this is a contradiction in terms of we're talking about flexibility. So there are many questions here that we feel discomfort
יפה.
from
תודה
the
רבה.
October
אני חושב
7th. Well, thank you, Daniel.
I think the
בבקשה.
question of polling is a good one. I would say if we can, always mixed methods would be the best way to go. So that would mean, for example, not relying just on face-to-face interviews, but also involving knocking on doors and finding people that we didn't see in the first poll. So it would be qualitative and quantitative data together. Even though that's more expensive and takes more time, I think we're hearing now some of the challenges, both in terms of demographic respondents to the kind of questions that we ask easily. So it's much easier to get people to respond to a survey on their phone than to answer a door or to answer a telephone. But I think what we found, at least in our populations in both North America and also Europe and Japan, is you have to use multi-vectors to get to those people. So for us, I think if we had the money and the time, it would never be just a single method. It would always be multiple methods, even asking the same questions in different ways.
בן. אם זאת הערה אחת, אני לא
If
יכול
it's
לעמוד
one
בפניה.
comment, then you can
הדגש
comment.
כרגע הוא על
The
המתח.
emphasis right now is on the
בסדר,
methods,
אבל אני-
whether polls
אבל
or
אני טוען
otherwise, and that's okay.
יותר
But
עמוקה
I
שלנו
claim
בהגדרת
that our more
המושג
profound problem is
חולק על
with the definition of the concept, and
אומר
I
שזה מושג
disagree
אבסטרקטי, ולכן זה בסדר
with
שיפרשו אותו
those who
בצורות
say
שונות
it's an
ובמקומות שונים.
abstract concept and
לא
it's okay to be interpreted
שמושג-
differently in different
תחשבו על
places,
מושגים
and that's not
ששינו
right. Think
לגמרי
about
את
concept
מהותם.
that
תחשבו על
completely
המושג
changed
פמיניזם
their
לפני
essence.
30
Think
שנה
about the
והיום.
concept
על
of
פשיזם,
feminism
על,
30 years ago and today. Think
מיליטריזם,
about
המון
fascism,
איזמים.
populism,
תחשבו איך מושגים
militarism,
משנים
many
לגמרי את
isms.
מהותם
Think about how
לאורך שנים.
concepts changed
אז
their
אנחנו לא
essence
יכולים
in the
להגיד
course
שאחד
of years.
יגיד חוסן
So
זה
we
זה,
cannot
ואחר
say
חוסן זה
that
זה.
one will say that
אחד מהשניים,
resilience
או
in
שנמצא
this and
איזה שם
another
אחר,
will say
כבר
it's
נגיד
different.
תרבות.
So one of the two.
או שנגיד
Either we
חוסן
find another word
ספציפי
for it,
שכפי שאנחנו
or we
מתכוונים
can
אליו
say
כרגע
the specific resilience to
הזה
which we
בעיה
refer
מושגית ולא
in
רק
this
כלכלית.
specific research. So it's a problem
זה
of
היה
concepts,
מעניינת.
not only.
דיון צד כביכול שהוא אולי לא רק דיון צד.
Well,
דיון
this
צד.
was an interesting side discussion.
אותנו הזכירו אותנו. דור שלם מתווכח על-
I can't hear him.
מתווכח.
Okay, a
שחוקרים
whole
מתווכח על
generation
המושג.
of
בסוף יש
researchers
מצוקה,
have argued about
בכל אופן,
the term, and at the end,
מוכרת ומוכרת.
מה יש לו ברמקול, במיקרופון? I can't hear him, I'm sorry.
לא? כל פעם זה קורה בסדר.
Yeah.
דרך אגב,
So by
הבעיה
the
שלנו
way,
היא לא
our
רק
problem
בקונטקסט
is
הישראלי,
not
צריכים
in the
לחשוב באמת
Israeli
בהתכתבות שלנו,
context
של
because
המיקומו של המחקר על החוסן
we
בישראל
correspond
ממקומות
regarding
אחרים,
the
במקומות אחרים.
place of resilience in
חווים מצד
Israeli
אחד כל
society
מיני
with other
משברים
places.
וגם מצד
Other
שני
places
פחות מכך.
experience
זאת אומרת, יש כאן עניין של
crises
מכנים
as well, and there are common
וזה שיח,
denominators.
נקודה מאוד מאוד מעניינת.
So it's a very interesting and
אבל אנחנו
important
עכשיו
point.
נעבור
But now we will move on
למחקר
to the
האחרון
last
שלנו לבוקר
research
זה.
for this morning. Professor
יפתח
Yiftach
גפנר,
Gepner, please.
צהריים טובים, יפתח. לא מחקר,
It's not
זה
a study.
נתונים
These are just data we collected at the beginning of the war.
NABSOR.
I'm from ENABSOR, from Eshkol Regional Council. We were attacked. My brother was shot. We managed to escape, and then we understood that if we don't collect data that will be used for decision making, we won't be able to form a strategy
לשקם את האזור שלנו.
to rehabilitate our region. We started with a horrible tragedy, and we're not in a better place today. We're not in a better place today. We'll speak about what happened a little bit. Let me just say that.
נתחיל
Let me
ונאמר,
start by saying that without going back home, if the residents are not able to go back home, we will lose the war. And this is our main objective for conducting our surveys. I'm a researcher. I'm not conducting studies here. I'm just trying to conduct surveys. So it's not enough.
נתחיל,
Let us start with, excuse me?
כן.
Yes, I'll get to it.
נתחיל,
Let us start.
פחות רלוונטי.
Yeah, it's not that relevant. I'm from the University of Tel Aviv, from the med school. So a month after the incident, we were dispersed across Israel. Some of us stayed in Eilat, but we started a survey from the residents of the council. You talked about representative surveys, but in this survey was actually amongst the victims of October 7th, survivors. Some of our family members, friends were kidnapped, were murdered, were vanished, and all of us are in a very complicated situation. So this is regional council of Eshkol. It has a border with Gaza, 32 settlements on the whole, 17,000 people. Out of them, 11,000 people are above the age of 18, and 2,000 people answered our survey, individuals. So from the council. And we believe that the council has no solid strategy, and the people's needs are not met. We were optimistic, and we said that we score functionality is 2 out of 10. So the surveys represented all residents of the council. On the whole, 17.2% people answered this survey, and we divided into 4 levels of harm. Places with a very high rate of survivors, those people whose houses were burned down, whose relatives were murdered as well. And so we see 4 levels of complexities, and I will talk about it now. Gender. Women tend to ask more, to answer surveys. More women tend to answer surveys. More men were recruited, and there's also the age distribution. But let's start with the results themselves, the results of the survey. What did we find out? This survey says that those residents who were abandoned on October 7th and after, and they defended physically, defended other people who are sitting here, and the general public of Israel are willing to go back to live in this area. We went back home 2 months ago. In our settlement, 60% of the people went back. But we understood what we need to go back home as soon as possible, and we'll understand why soon. If there is no security threat from Gaza, 10% say that they will not go back home anyway. Most of them are from the settlements where with the highest rate of victims. But what do we do? How do we allow those 90% who want to go back? How do we enable them to go back? In one word, we are failing to do that. So there is a hierarchy in terms of the vulnerability, and it correlates with the willingness to go back home. Security or buffer zone, is that the solution? We don't want any other solution. We just want the threat eradicated. And here there is a hierarchy as well. So we really want to maintain the characteristics of the settlements. We want the kibbutz to remain a kibbutz, and we want a moshav to remain a moshav. We want the texture of the different settlements will remain the same. We have a certain, I've been living with my classmates who were neighbors, and we don't want it to change. So even the settlements that were seriously damaged want to maintain their character. So some of the residents want to go back to our council, but we don't want to be beggars. We don't want to beg for budgets. We don't want money. We want to be embraced. This is what we miss the most. And it leads us to the most important slide. We fear that living away from home for a long time will actually encourage people to find other places to live. For example, last night, the people of Kibbutz Zikim were notified that they cannot go back because it's a failure for all of us. We failed here. We don't tell ourselves stories that we're in a good place and we understand more, but in practice, there is no kindergarten there because there are no kindergarten teachers. Can you help us? Yes, of course you can, but we failed here, all of us. We cannot make it happen, so people do not come back in many of these settlements. So I presented this presentation a month ago. Has anything been done ever since then? No, nobody did anything with it. And there is the Forum Negev. Yeah, I presented this presentation as part of the Negev Forum, and nothing has been done, but let's actually hear the comments later, right? Okay. So, as we try to find solutions and open kindergartens and schools, we did that on our own without receiving any help from the state, just us using our pickups to bring back the equipment. And members of, we have a club, a members club, and it was totally destroyed, and we need to renovate it, but we only rely on donations. There is no single entity that helps us. They are completely, there's the Tkuma, they mean well, but in practice, they cannot supply us with what we need. Nobody really meet our needs because the solutions are something that the entities, different entities can feel comfortable to suggest to us, but it's not what we need. And that's the main problem here. The perception of we feel that our voice is not heard. So we conducted a survey amongst parents. We don't have schools. Our kids haven't gone to school for months. I have 3 kids, 15-year-old, 13-year-old, and a 10-year-old. And they study about 3 times a week in tents without AC. They don't have extracurriculum activities, emotional therapy, or very, very partial. That's how it is. Don't think that we live in an appropriate, that they provide us with adequate solutions. So 600 families answered the survey. So what we want to say is very, very simple. The decisions must be made based on the desire and needs of the residents. Everything should be transparent. A, B, and C. It doesn't happen this way. So we wanted to understand through the survey what the needs of the residents are, and in a moment we'll speak about it. So the survey was conducted at the end of December when the first residents went back home, and if an educational institutions are reopened in Eshkol council, and will you go back home? So whether if the regional school opens, the council they didn't even ask the residents. So we showed them, no, you cannot open the school. You cannot open the Yuvalei Absor school because it's very close to the road 232. So we managed to open a school at a different kibbutz, and it hosts more than 600 students, about but the conditions are inadequate. In terms of the council, it's an achievement. For them, it's a great achievement, but it's not even the minimal need, because students study for 3 times a week, and they study in basements, on the grass. Maybe it's nice, but it's not proper education. And we managed to move the school to Gvulot. You talked about resilience and definitions of resilience. Well, the data you can see, 40% of the families are split, and it's take us apart at economic level, emotional level, family level. It will lead to a wave of divorce, which is actually happening now. Families are actually break, and if they give us pocket money, we cannot make ends meet, because it's very hard to support a family when a family is split. It doesn't cover all the costs. So I just wanted to show you how it looks like. So there is a moshav, a village with 320 families. They are very united, very connected. It's a moshav. And the people, the residents of the moshav, that were evacuated from Sinai in the past. So people are really connected to one another. But today they evacuated us to different places across Israel, and we have no ability to work as a community. And you cannot actually. My sister lives in Kfar Yona. My mother-in-law lives in Eilat. And as time goes by, if Bruria and her colleagues show that if the security threat goes down in general, but for us it goes up because many of us were massacred. So how do we, so this PI is not that relevant, but we managed to establish, with the help of the University of Tel Aviv and other partners, we managed on our own. Today at 2 o'clock I'm going to meet with the president to thank him personally, with other representatives of the Moshav. So we established an educational framework. We did it on our own. The state did not support us. The council did not support it. The NGOs did not support us. Everything was done by wonderful people who helped us, and parents. The club that actually which hosted many soldiers. You see the yellow bus going into the moshav, and this going back home is what makes us powerful. We just try to maximize our energy. Maybe in the north, they cannot really know where they're headed, but as my grandparents survived the Holocaust and established the state, and my parents established Ein Hapso after they were evacuated from Sinai, this is our shift, and we will be able to do it. We'll do it even if we do it on our own, and we are succeeding. We managed to see the light at the end of the tunnel. We see children, the moshav, hanging out, my son's friends. We organize Shabbat ceremony for the elderly and for the children of the moshav. And this actually maintain our community. We also have donations. What do we need? There are different needs that we try to implement. The security establishment or any security entity. We are at the INSS here. Maybe here we should actually make sure that our voice is heard. We need to obtain a better sense of security. We cannot do it on our own. We cannot go into Gaza and eradicate the threat. But these days we are building a better fence for the moshav, renovated center, youth center, to allow us to go back home with a greater sense of security, to tell people this is our upgraded first response squad. There are better cameras, there's better equipment, and we can tell you you now that it's safer now. It's now 100% safe, but it's safer. And we started, resumed sports activities. This is my son that for the first time met with his friends, and the coach was murdered. That was the first time these kids met after 5 months, the entire team. And on the left side, you can see a journey that of my daughter's class. They lost many friends. So if you ask me what resilience is, this is resilience. This is what we do. And I wish us all to be able to look at yourself in the mirror in a year from now and tell your children, I've done whatever I could in order to help this region and the state in general to recover, because if we don't do it, it will be completely unfortunate. And so we're trying to make the most of it, and it's far from being enough. So thank you very much, Yiftach. We have a few more minutes. So you gave us the comments, questions, and anyone? I know something from someone from Ein Absor. Hi. So I've experiencing what you just described to us. If I always say that if they don't want to go back to their swimming pool and if they rather stay in different places, it means everything. So I must mention, because I know it in person, because I was there. So in terms of physical and emotional, physical damage, Ein Absor is not in a bad place. That other settlements were harmed more. I'll say it in Hebrew. Let me just answer you. So it's true. So we apologize that we managed to stop the terrorists from completely ruining our Moshav, but we did it and we're proud of it. I went with holding a rock in my hands and I went to defense. My friends carried guns. My brother was injured, so we're not ashamed of it, and we're not ashamed of going back home to help the entire region. And the situation in other places is more severe because they do not have the resources to reunite the community. So we are in a better place than other settlements. The other settlements are completely broken. So Daniel. So you are convincing us, you are trying to convince us. It's very strange to speak Hebrew, but anyway, you are convinced, you try to convince us that there's a high correlation between rehabilitation and resuming life, and different factors related to social capital, and emphasize things such as libraries, kindergartens, parks, etc., etc. And we understand and we are aware of it. But now, in this short presentation we've heard from Yiftach, we found to what extent this argument of yours, Daniel, it's so situational dependent, because a place like Ein Absor, this settlement, is the best example of those places, a community where they have parks and libraries and youth club, etc. He mentioned some of these places, but look to what extent they depend on the state to do rehabilitation for them. And when it comes to the state that needs to take care of them, so all these variables of social capitals do not play a role. Where do they play a role? In the last part of your lecture, when you showed how do you manage to build yourself, this small community of yours, but that's a smaller part as opposed to what you need from the state. I can't hear, I'm sorry. So we also relate to it as resilience in Home Front Command. But so since you are a professor, Any researchers, I remember the title of the first part of the survey. They said that they do not want to go back to Ein Absor until threat is eradicated. When we speak about resilience, but we need to define threat. What are the aspects, different component of threat? Missiles, fence. This is something that we also need to take into consideration when we speak about threats.
I think Reuven's question is a good one. Actually, I heard stories from Yiftach in the Hippoch, the opposite. Everything you described was about a community that's connected, a community that's worked together collectively, that's raised money by themselves without any assistance from the state, that has built social infrastructure back to build moments like this in gyms and in clubs, to the degree that what really mattered, it seems, was those times to reconnect. You didn't mention, for example, jobs. You didn't mention things like the economy nearby. Everything that you seem to mention today in what mattered to you as a family and as a community seemed to be precisely about the connections that you formed, the way you worked together during the attack, and the way you've worked together afterwards. So hearing you, actually, I had the opposite conclusion, which is that everything that you've said just now, describing what actually happened, the qualitative descriptions you've had, and also the surveys, drive home that your community is able to work together because you have the trust, because you have this work collector. And as you said, holding a rock, you're there with your brother, you're there on the front lines because you feel like a sense of connection to the place. So for me, the story I just heard was exactly about social capital and social infrastructure.
דור, בבקשה.
I can't hear anything. So the choice to live in Eshkol Council is based on being a pioneer, but also you want to have a high quality of life. This is how it used to be before October 6th. And in this new reality, maybe specific aspects about this quality of life will be compromised. Starting with first response squad that needs to train, and maybe soldiers actually accompanying buses and different alerts and so on and so forth. And also a financial price, yes, recruiting, because we need to recruit, raise funds in order to meet different needs. So my question refers to Ein Absor and other places. Will they be able to actually agree with this decreased life, quality of life, just to be able to continue their pioneering endeavors? So let me answer you. I'm going to tell you what they're willing to do or what they're not willing to do. I think it should be a different question. What are the necessary conditions for people to feel comfortable? What do people need in order to go back home? And not what is the price that they are willing to live with. So I said it earlier, we were abandoned, deserted on October 7th, and we were abandoned 22 years earlier. Ein Absor does not represent the entire region, and it won't be able to be there just on its own. If other settlements, if other residents do not come back home, everything will actually come apart. So there was this pickup track with the terrorists. They had a map, and on this map there was indication of Hatzerim base. So if it weren't for Ein Absor to protect it, they would manage to reach the base, the military base. I think it's an Air Force base. So the question is, what are the minimal conditions for people to be able to be willing to come back home? So first of all, the kindergarten should be opened, right? That's the most basic thing. So I just want to add one more comment. Reuven surprised me here, but please be brief because we need to finish on time at a quarter to 1. So please make sure you keep it short. Anyway, it's true that it's a kind of a seminar, and this is a research institute. But I think that the action item that we should come up with. It's just a call, a very clear call coming from all research entities. We should call the State of Israel and the different entities that handle this aspect and tell them, my friends, you don't see the whole picture. There is Dganit here, and we'll hear from her on the second part. There are many, many questions that need to be asked about what Iftach said, but I still want to be on time, so we will finish here. Thank you very much.
So we have 4 people who will be speaking 10 minutes, and I ask that we'll write our questions in comments, and then we'll hold a discussion. So we won't be asking questions right after the presentations now. So the first will be Talia Levanon, the director of the Israeli Coalition for Trauma. And she'll report and update us regarding their activity to promote resilience in light of the post-war distress, and she'll tell us about the coalition in the resilience centers. Thank you for inviting me. So I'll just briefly say that the coalition has been founded in 2001 in order to deal with preparedness and response to emergency times in Israel and worldwide, and we mainly deal with security issues. We have walked a long journey in the course of these years, and we've seen various models. Amongst them, the resilience model was constructed. It began as a thought in 2005, became a government decision in 2007, and today we manage 5 resilience centers, the last of which was established in October 15th. I would like to thank Iftach, who brought us from the academic discourse about resilience to the reality in the field. Very difficult description, but I think really reflective as well. I don't think that I could say how we contribute to resilience. This is a long marathon. I would like to depict what has been done and what has not been done. I would like to distinguish initially between mental health and trauma treatment. There's a lot of blurring since the war. Mental health has been referred to time and again. There's the mental health system that the Ministry of Health is responsible for. Of course, they're responsible for trauma treatment as well, but when we talk about trauma treatment, it's something else. Now, I want to distinguish between the places where we have and don't have a resilience center, and I would like to say that we in Israel have been operating in both places since the war, and before the war, the coalition have been dealing with emergency preparedness of the local municipalities. We're dealing with 150 authorities in the Jewish, Arab, Muslim, Druze, Bedouin, society, ultra-Orthodox populations. We work with Zaka and the firefighting authorities. We reinforce resilience of teams with an emphasis on competencies and where. We work with the Ethiopian immigrants, with the Ministry of Welfare. For example, on October 8th, we gave 350 social workers training about giving a bad notice, notifying families about the death of their beloved ones. And if to summarize, regarding the future, we have things to learn in this respect as well. We operate in the Arabic and ultra-Orthodox communities that since Meron and Bnei Brak and Elad have suffered from, of course, increased awareness to circumstances of emergency, and they have an increased intention to be prepared as well. And we also want to build resilience centers in the academy. We work on victim circles or damage circles So we have the family, the community, the teams that address these situations, etc. We're talking about a chronological work. We work on the excess of time, exposure, and age. And what we do, and I think that all of us in the room do the same, but what we do is tailor-made according to each one of these aspects. I would like to share that. On October 8th, I had 2 conversations. Of course, I could not sleep at night. And I discussed with Dr. Graps from Mount Sinai, who established the trauma center there after 9/11. And I tried to find the words to ask, what could we do on such a date? And I don't think that we understood the numbers and the intensity of the situation. And he said one thing that I'll share. He said, you're talking about a long-term marathon. It's not over. And only yesterday, he told me there was someone in the clinic 22 years after 9/11. He functioned vis-a-vis functional continuity, functioned for 22 years since 9/11, and all of a sudden, he experienced a relapse. So expect a long-term marathon. And when we're talking about a clinic, this is something that we have not experienced in its numbers and intensity and content-wise as well. Now, this is a collection of thoughts, and I could find logic in it, and I hope that you could too. Our work refers to before, while, and after simultaneously. I don't think we ever had the luxury in our work to refer to before and then to while. I think we're in both the 3 time frames constantly. And that expression, the day after, really makes me angry. There will not be a day in which we could say the bell has rung and this is the day after. We are constantly before, while, and after. And holding together families that experience this event and are ostensibly after it, they're still in the midst of the event, and we have to make sure that we remember that because it impacts our clinical work and also our work in the community. Now, it's important to say we heard about the resilience indices and hope. I think life today in Israel, I refuse to say that we're a traumatized country, but we are very exposed to trauma constantly. We have the ongoing shooting, we have the ongoing war, we have I don't know how many reserve soldiers. We have reserve soldiers who came back. That's a serious story. We have the threat over a war in the north. It's a challenge. People are living in anxiety from this mere threat. And I think that we should take into account also the harsh evacuation, refugee situation. People are living for a long time, whole families in one hotel rooms. This metaphor that you don't have where to put the flowers, I think it's significant. So this isn't a long, we're talking generally. I was after the lecture and someone brought me a bouquet and I didn't feel nice, but I have no place to put the flowers or a flower glass. So I gave the flowers to Tali. I want to say the Resilience Center's model began in the Gaza envelope. There's a beautiful mechanism, not sufficient, but it's beautiful, of working versus the population. First of all, we directly address and provide therapy to the population. We work with teams, we train and support teams that will experience difficult situation with the populations that they're working with, the community level and the leadership level. This is what the resilience centers do. We don't replace the welfare or health authorities. That's what we do. We're dedicated to the issue of the notion of emergency all the time. And we came to October 7th with worn out staff and population. On October 6th, we were very worn out. We experienced 2 very difficult years and we had COVID. The situation was difficult. On October 7th, needless to say, we were unprepared and we are not prepared right now. We're working on a marathon. We're making huge efforts. We're not doing enough, but we're doing the most that we can. We don't do enough and we don't do organized, and that's very frustrating. The unique thing is that the 3 circles are working constantly interactively, the community, the therapists. Although the resilience centers are acknowledged as a therapeutic entity, it's not enough. And people could be also trained to strengthen their sons. They can also experience family therapy, and they can be also individually treated. The fact that the resilience centers existed years before the event and are familiar to the community knew how to use that service, and that rendered them very significant within the event. Now, they spoke the same language, and oftentimes we use the term shared reality, how hard it is for the therapists that they also experienced the emergency themselves, were murdered and taken hostages themselves. But there's also a contribution here that they know what the patients are talking about. They've experienced it as well. And I hear quite a bit complaints about the operation of these resilience centers. It's okay. We did all we can. There's a lot more to do. No one else ever did this. Now, it's important for me to say, if I'm talking about therapy until 2022, we had 7,000 patients throughout the year. Since October, we had 19,500 patients. Think about the multipliers. If on October 5th, we had 240 therapists, nowadays we have 1,100 therapists that we've recruited and trained. The challenge is huge, but still we have to hold it together and see how we move on. It's important for me to say that I'm not talking about only the Gaza envelope. I want to expand. We have resilience centers in the Bedouin population. They have experienced a huge blow, hostages, people were murdered. We've done really exceptional work, given that this is in the Bedouin society, vis-a-vis the sense of shared destiny. And we also have Resilience Center in the Samaria area, where there's a dramatic increase in the number of terror attacks. And we're not hearing about it because it's besides the main news, but there are many casualties in body and mind. I want to relate to moving on from working in one place into working in 300 places across the country. We had an immediate need to recruit people. Some of them we weren't familiar with beforehand, to provide a response in hotels throughout the countries from Tiberias to Eilat. There was no place in the hotels. And of course, oftentimes the decision to evacuate was taken often by the head of the authority rather than an organized governmental decision. And what we did initially, and you didn't say it, but I'm certain that you're thinking that too, people were not initially available for therapy. They're all in survival mode. They found themselves in a new place with just a bag of their belongings, without anything familiar. They were not available for therapy, and many interventions were conducted at the hotels where possible, in group, individual, family interventions, verbal and nonverbal, yoga, swimming, hydrotherapy, whatever the hotels enables, a lot of mind-body work just to help people to move on, and a lot of work, of course, with professionals who were exposed, as I said, on October 7th and 8th to horrible sights. I'll say that that on October 15th, a National Resilience Center was established in order to address people who live in places without resilience centers. And we're talking about terror attacks before October 7th. People looked where to turn to, the HMOs or the national insurance, but the availability to pick up the phone and get immediately 10 to 15 therapy meters we have is a game changer. We have 1,200 survivals of the Nova parties. It's a huge thing, and we have a lot to learn from that as well, but I won't get into the details now. I would like to say that the second conversation that I held on the night of October 8th was with my neighbor Daniel. I called him and I asked him, what could we do? It was incomprehensible, and I don't know if we comprehend today where we're heading. And from all the things that Daniel had said, one of the things that I'll share with you is that he said, be with them, be where they are, which is the rule number one in therapy. I don't know if Daniel knows this. He's a great social worker. It's a very important rule. Be with the people. And what we've seen since October 7th, the volunteers, the offices, the donors, and the people who come to the communities without coordinating things. I think it's not good. And one of the things that we should do is bring the competence and the sense of control and decision-making and ownership, bring it back to the leadership. It could be mother and father, it could be head of the authority, but we must make sure that they, together with the men, make the decision where they're going back to, when are they going back to. All these things are very critical. It's important for me to say also that one of the things that we really think are obvious is that we're approximately 10 million people in the state of Israel. Not everybody needs therapy, and if we do our work right, and it'll begin, if we look at it as beginning with psychoeducation, distributing information, what's normal, what's not normal, when you should refer someone or not. This is important. This information should be accessible to the public. Secondly, in this pyramid, we have to render hotlines accessible and mental first aid for people in distress. Then we have workshops and rendering coping skills accessible to the community, workshops for women or for young girls. And at the lower stratum of the pyramid, we have to bring professionals, trauma professionals, to address the people who need therapy, not third-year students. Now, you've asked me to talk about strengthening resilience. Someone once said that we in Israel have two trains. We have the vulnerability train and we have the resilience train, and they run parallel. Sometimes the one precedes the others. Now, I'm not from the academy, but from the field and the professional. And I'll say that this challenge of seeing both trains and respecting them both and understanding that this one's stronger now and not forgetting the other, holding these two concepts together is a challenge that is important for us to refer to. I want to take about weakening resilience, and we're good at that too. This is an opportunity to talk about the craziness of things. Now, we're told that the resilience centers are important, but we're not receiving the budgets that have been allocated. And I'm not saying this because we're miserable, and we are miserable because it's hard to manage such a system without budget. What's going on is that it's not that not only that we don't get money and we can't pass on money to the authorities and they can't pay the therapists, and that's crazy. But the mere situation that since the day one of the war, we're on our knees asking for money that should be paid is hallucinative. I have no other word. Now, we've asked the Treasury. We were there this week. 4 authority heads and the leadership, our managers, saying that we can no longer continue like that when we have no backup, we have no budget. The budget, we're not waiting for the budget to be approved, but to be forwarded. And I'll conclude on an optimistic note, but I'll first say something that I'm concerned about. What have we learned from October 7th? Are we ready for the blackout scenario? And my answer is no, we did not receive directives, instructions, any backup. No one asked us, do we need a generator? Even on this issue, we're lost in the dark. Those who will be stronger and will be able to prepare will have written materials and a generator and a connection with the authorities. And I'm scared, really scared about this, realistically and metaphorically, because I've been feeling failure and guilt for a long time, but this is really scary because we haven't learned enough from this in order to be prepared for the next thing. I'll conclude and say that it's clear that what reinforces resilience is the connection to the family, the individual, the community, the authority. This is the language in which we're talking. This is the language of the resilience centers. This is the language that we're all talking in one way or another. I think reinforcing the individual and the family versus the community and the authority is something that we dedicate our days and nights to, and we have to be orientated towards goals that it's very hard to make time for when we're really fighting for our budgets. And just to conclude with optimism, I'll quote one of the large ones, Yehuda Amichai, the poet, who says, I know how thin the threads are that tie me to my happiness, but from these threads I've weaved a strong cloth that will cover my nakedness and protect me. And I do think that it is our responsibility to strengthen these threads on a daily basis and respond to what was and to prepare for the future. The path ahead of us is clear, although its scope is unclear and has not yet been measured sufficiently, but the work is clear and we do want to do it. Thank you.
Thank you very
Wawa.
much. You've said some important things. We'll move on to Mrs. Ganit Sanker Langa, who serves as the head. What? She is she used to be the chair of the Ministry of Immigration, and today she's the head of HR and Community in Tkuma Directorate. The floor is yours. So first of all, Meir, I really want to thank you for actually to take some time out and to pause and to think. She's also a former lieutenant colonel, and to listen to Tali and my friend Nira. So I'd like to say a few things about Tkuma Directorate. This directorate was established. I was a reservist on October 17, even before the government made the decision to establish this directorate. So the first thing we tried to do is to learn what happened in other places in the world. For example, what happened after 9/11. And one of the things we understood quickly is that we need to empower local leadership, and we need to do it very quickly. So if you are familiar with government work, you know that these two principles are not always implemented. But anyway, we found ourselves sitting there in the city of Yavne trying to think how we can meet this challenge. Let me just say that the decision was to work with the different settlements and the councils, with the communities and the councils. And here I'm actually I'd like to say that the state doesn't really know how to work with communities. So I sat outside it with Nira and I told her, Nira, you said, and she asked me, who is you? There are individuals and there's the leadership of a kibbutz and it's very complex. Maybe it's easier to do in Kfar Aza, but in other places it might be more complicated. Who do you actually have the discussion with? Who do you make decision with? How is it done? And in some of the communities, it's actually, we went back and forth time and time again. The first thing we did is to actually focus on the different settlements and relevant ministries and to start a discussion. And in some way, it was too early. But on the other hand, we are under pressure of time. You are not mature yet, but you want people out of the hotels and you want to think about interim solutions. And I say, well, we've met during the first day after the incident. Actually, we started a process. And we focused on authorities, ministries, and we've conducted public participation. When I speak about public participation, I speak about, remember you saw all members of Sha'ar HaNegev goes into a big hall in the Sharon region and just start thinking about the future. Eshkol Council invited us to a dark pub in Eilat, really, seriously. But also round tables at the directorate at Maoz and all these things together with the authorities, together with the consuls, we tried to make it all work. Now, let me just say that there was an expectation. I'm being more specific here. There was an expectation, there is still an expectation of the residents and the consuls and leaderships. I always said that there's like a mistrust coming from all different parties, and Tkuma Directorate is in between and tries to make the most of it. So we are there is a major problem of mistrust, lack of trust, but ever since the beginning, they started saying that our alliance with the state was broken. We no longer believe in state institutions. There were many expectations. I'm not going to quote people, but they say, you have the money, give us the money, and move on. And when you try to talk about long-term processes, I really agree with what you said, Tali. What did you say exactly? The day after. You talked about the day after. If you are from the military, it's a very common expression. And we also have a military directorate. And I was amongst those one who said, this and this directorate is not supposed to deal with the here and now. We are supposed to plan for the future. And very, very quickly, we were proven the opposite. No, really, on the first days, during the first conversations we've had, when I was there trying to speak with the community of Nirim, but they asked me, I didn't get it. People asked me, why are you planning the future, empowering informal education as a tool for resilience? Come on, we need to know where we're going to sleep tomorrow. And this whole thing was like actually face two opposite forces. And so we are still in the midst of this, still trying to handle this challenge. So I work in a team which includes representative of education, welfare, health. I probably forgot some others. So it has to do with soft power, if you wish. We defined 4 principles. The first one, as I said, speed, and the second one was continuity, the realization that Tkuma Directorate was there for a short time, and then it will evaporate, it will vanish. Our success, we will succeed if we manage to vanish. So we need to make sure that the solutions will be there. And the third element was flexibility. There are many things here that, as I said, it's like taking one step forward, 2 steps backwards. And I can give you an example. I don't know if you know that the Tkuma Directorate, when we realized that people who live up to 4 kilometers from the border are allowed to go back. So we decided to move the schools that are closer to the border to other to other settlements. Okay, to move the school to it took about 2.5 months, 3 months. Some of them we haven't finished doing that. So, and some of the authorities told us, listen, it's not going to work. If we move, we want it at our backyard. So if you already placed the classrooms, move them, but do it very quickly. But I said, hold on, you just told us. So part of the realization in the directorate, and we are trying to actually train our muscles to become more flexible and to be able to take one step forward and 2 steps backwards. And I will speak about the more specific matters. And Meir, just tell me how much time I've left. But in this program, when we talk about sports, one of the things that we want to say is that we are going to initiate a huge project. There is Tamar here, right by my side. She's the head of a department at the directorate. We're going to establish some kind of a Wingate Institute in the south. And someone asked, how will it contribute to this region? And the answer is that everybody, all students in the region will be part of the formal educational system together with the Ministry of Education, and will be able to benefit from this facility. When we speak about, I don't know, let's talk about culture as a recipe for healing. So we can tell you that we intend to empower the artists that live in this region and in these wonderful places, wonderful settlements, and it's actually with the aim of improving resilience. We'll see it. If we talk about education earlier, so we're going to have quiet rooms in schools, therapies, and we also want to try to look at challenges that cross different ministries. So the government knows how to work in silos, but we try to actually meet this challenge as well. So alongside a school principal, there will be a person that sees education, healthcare, welfare, informal education, someone who is a case manager of a student. And in the future, there should be a case manager for each of the residents in the region, for the elderly, for youth. And we remember that children are the most urgent population now. So you talked about business and economy earlier, but the connection between education and parents' peace of mind and economic growth, it's all tied together, of course. I'm not going to speak about other topics such as physical rehabilitation and renovation and sports facilities, which will be built across this region. But I want to sum up by saying that this is a huge challenge, and there are great expectations. So we're going to submit to the government a program in 2 weeks, and which include all that, and it will also include a broader perspective. Thank you very much. Yes, please write for yourself. Thank you very much, Dganit. And we're moving on. I think that, former member of the Knesset, former colonel in the IDF, you are a member of Kibbutz Kfar Aza, and nowadays you're staying at Shfaim. So tell us a little bit about it. Nira, the floor is yours. So I'm not going to tell you about October 7th, but now I'm speaking on behalf of my sister. She is an expert in Hebrew language. She will tell you that it's the 7th of October, Shiv'a b'October in Hebrew, and it's like a Shiva, like the mourning process. It's Shiv'a, and it's also the number Shiva. I'm not going to speak about it. I have so many things to say which are important, I think. Well, so let me start by saying that I'm angry. And when they ask me why I'm angry, I say it's my privilege. I earned that. unfortunately. I'm angry and I cannot believe. I listen to the Ganit and I greatly appreciate her and we're also close friends, but I can't believe what she's saying. And I have the courage to look her in the eye and tell her that, not because she's not good, because I've had enough to actually buy all this bullshit, for, pardon my French. I'll use the words that I want to use. Anyway, we think that we are at a situation, we got to this situation not only because of leaderships or structures, we got to this point because of us. Some of us were just fell asleep, and some of us agreed with what they presented to us, and we accepted it. We never looked into it. And I'll give you one example. A month and a half ago, I was at the Knesset at the discussion of the Committee for National Security, Fogel's committees, 2.5 months actually. So there was a discussion about first response squads. So I really know a lot about it. And in the Committee for Foreign Affairs and Security, I was a member of this committee and I led this matter. But I've seen the members of our first squads, first response squads, they were killed right away on October 7th. And I had to identify their body and speak with their wives and children and to hear what they say. And we are guilty. Why are we guilty? You did not decide where to put the weapons, because when there was this dispute about it in Israeli society, we were not that engaged, we're not that involved. And I got there because I wanted to see what's going on, because the northern border is problematic now, and I wanted to know that we learn on the go. And that what happened to us, they learned the lessons quickly. I wanted to make sure of that. And the lessons are implemented in the north. And that the first response squads receive the vests, the equipment, the weapons, and night vision devices. I don't think that the terrorists will actually come whenever we want them to come, and that they have drone and that they have portfolio, they have a protocol, and it's not that 2 days later people still ask me questions about it. So I attended this discussion. So I got there, and the chair of the association of the head of first response squads was there with me, and we had an Excel chart, and I got to the Knesset, and then they started talking about the situation and how much equipment they started giving out. And on the other side, we see people from the consuls and tell us, no, it's not true. We never got it. We never received this equipment. And they started arguing. And Fogel said, I believe them. And I told him, don't believe that. Not because he's a liar, because his role as the chair of a committee is to check, to verify. You have 3 assistants. You have assistants at the committee. Actually make them pick up the phone and verify these amounts, because I have this data that showed that settlements near the border in the north and in the south, they did not receive it, and I was really upset. Because it means that we never learned the lesson from October 7th. And 2 days after, the kibbutz Manara was attacked, and 2 first response squads members were injured because one of them did not have a vest. So did anyone look into it? How many weapons were distributed? How many members of the first response squads are there? So one of the things that I was in charge of in Kfar Aza, in the first response squads, my son-in-law is a member there. They fought on the October 8th, but they didn't give, they didn't receive enough equipment. And I said, well, it's a mistake. You know, they actually extended their service for 3 additional days. It's such a shame. It's a shame. And this is how you can discuss all the other subjects, and that's why I'm so angry, because I feel that we didn't learn the lesson. And let me make a long story short by saying that I did not lose hope. And I'm here because I didn't lose hope, and I refuse to be the weakest link. I refuse. Right now, we are the weakest link. I'm looking at my children and my grandchildren. What do we leave behind for them? So I want you to to refuse to be the weakest link as well. And I want you to work alongside us. I want to say something else. Resilience is tested through many things. Resilience of communities is not only tested if you actually provide people with yoga sessions. It has to do with us. It also goes back to what Ganit said. If they show us presentations and give us the budgets, but if people do not trust, so if at Shabbat I go to the hostages square and I don't see many people there, so there's no trust there. I'm afraid when I see that the screens on both sides, which is, this is what I use, this is my criterion. I know how to look at the screen. So at first there was masses of people, but then the number goes down gradually. And usually I get from the studios and I ask I ask the taxi drivers. I'm a member of a panel on Saturday. So on Saturday night, I asked the taxi driver to drop me off on Dizengoff Street, on Ben Yehuda Street, or even Gvurot, to just walk the way. And I actually pass by coffee houses, and they're filled with people. I want people to go to coffee houses. I want people to be resilient, because a state or a community should not live in the cemetery, but I want them to stand up at 7:30 in the evening, and I want them to join the protesters, and I want them to wear this necklace. And when you wear this, it means a lot for the families of the victims this pin. It means a lot. I received this tag from a father of a hostage, and he told me, you reached this golden status. Well, I don't want to go to the square every Saturday night, but this is our statement as a society. And right now we are infringing this contract because of the language, because when Gaza Envelope was attacked, nobody defended us. And we actually protested, and we said that we're being attacked. And then we talked about the state of Tel Aviv versus the state of Gaza Envelope. But nobody woke up. And when the war started in the north and they started launching missiles, I'm familiar with the military environment as well. So, but they use this term leaking. It's leaking. Missiles are leaking in the south and the north, and they use different words like the term day after. How about today? Who is taking care? Who's worrying about today? You cannot skip today. You need to take it one step at a time. And then Ganit is talking about the Tkuma Directorate to talk about the future. But there's a vacuum. We need to take care of the here and now. And everybody, the residents, they see it. But we are the victims here. So I asked the questions, what about Rachel Directorate? Because there is Rachel, this is a national emergency authority, but the only Rachel that was functional that day was Rachel from Ofakim. And I was the assistant of the Minister of Home Front Defense. I left the ministry in 2013, and I left because I felt we didn't have enough power and enough budget. And what's going on with the Home Front Command and other authorities? We are a state, so who guides the ministries and authorities? The military, it's a bit bizarre. We connected the Home Front, we established the Home Front Command, which all brought us to this situation because there were arguments between the Home Front Command and ministers, and we forgot about the purpose. We forgot what the purpose is. A national emergency authority. And when it's dysfunctional, you end up with establishing another directorate, like the Tkuma Directorate. You establish a directorate, we call it Tkuma, resurrection in English. This is so, it seems so arrogant to me. And actually, why did we experience October 7th? Because of lack of professionalism. arrogance, and the third one is not seeing the other. So we're still doing it. And now let me add one more global statement. We stopped reading and we rely more and more on the keyboard. So they'd say, let's call it the Tkuma Directorate. We are still burying the dead. And they are telling us that our settlements, our kibbutzes, will be called Tkuma region. It's as if I ask you, Dganit, let's change your name. I don't like your name. Did you ask me whether this is the name I'm interested in? I do it because we are friends, but it's not her fault, of course, and it's not Kuma Director. It's just because someone decided. It's like Iron Swords. What a name. We've been conquered. And we look for words, and it brings me to one of my main points, that the language dictates, and there are no words. It's as if I'm describing. They ask me to actually give lectures in English. First of all, they didn't teach us English in the military, but I don't have enough words in Hebrew, so how can I do it in English? What will I say about the terrorists? That they are scumbags? That they are beasts? Inhuman? They're not animals. Animals do not behave like that. What's going on here? So these words need to be changed, and we need to find the right word so it's reliable and so that people will be able to read it. Because right now, you speak, all of you, you use a certain language. You talk about the state of Israel, the representative of the state, and the directorate. You speak a different language. We do not speak this language, and we need to understand that. So if you we cannot understand what's going on. We don't have basic assumptions. I've been listening for a while, and now I really like the people at Kuma's Directorate. Some of them were my former commanders, and they are very good leaders, and I see what they've been doing, and I know I've been all in all these places. I was the Financial Committee and the Knesset. I know what they are able to do, what they aren't able to do. On the one hand, I complain about the tax authority, but on the other hand, I was legislator. I know that they can do whatever the law allows them to do. So when they tell me that the contents of my house that was burnt down, not mine specifically, a whole house which was burnt down, 200 meters, the contents is from 80, it's between 80 to 200 meters. And then they say 91,490 per couple. This is the compensation. I said, why? Because this is what the legislator decided. You decided that all insurance policy that we've had, all the money we paid to the insurance companies, the state of Israel will come in the middle and they will not pay. And I can keep on going, but let me know if I have enough time. And this is just an example for stupidity. So I built a whole life. I bought things. I purchased things. There were memories there. So I traveled the world and bought things. So they tell me, you're going to get only 91,000 shekels. That's it. It doesn't sound normal to you, and they'll give you something else. So I actually stay at an interim housing solution. So you asked me about renting out an apartment. I live at a hotel, so they tell us that if you find an interim solution, you'll get 50,000 shekels, because we cannot bring the furniture from our house to this little room. And then there is another directive that a couple will get 50,000, but an individual, if you're a single or a widow or a divorcee, you'll get 50% of it. And it's crazy. And then I went to these decision makers and I asked them, and I said, hi, I'm divorced. So they said, find me a store where I can buy half a sofa, half a fridge, half a TV, to eat, half an oven. They asked me, what are you talking about? I said, I'm talking about you, because this is what you said, that if I'm single, then I can get only 50%. And then they talk about trust. And then I hear someone saying, well, at the end, it's all about money. They feel as if we just want their money, and it's so painful for us. No, I was willing to give all the money that I had. Sorry. So there is something that Tkuma said, and I wish Ganit could help me understand it. It's not a Tkuma. Tkuma is only the is actually announces the decisions made by the state. So when we ask what's going on with the people who will not come back, let's say I'm Nira Shpak, I cannot go back to Kfar Aza, it's too difficult for me. So they tell me that the perception is not to encourage this, so that's why they only take care of communities. So it's so difficult. We don't know how many people go back, but in Nir Oz, I don't think that 30% of them will go back. So what can we do about it? But if I'm only an individual, one individual doesn't want to go back, who treats these people? Let's say I were a widower. I must tell you again, yesterday, I talked with the head of Tkuma, and I asked him to talk with the widow, and he met with her this morning. It's amazing, really. He is the only person I could approach, and this widow tells me, my husband was murdered. I really would like to go back to Kfar Aza. And she said, I want to start a new life. I wasted my life in the past 5 months. I want to go back. I want my 2 children to go back to school. I always make sure they meet with their friends. I want to start rehabilitation process. I want to buy a house. But on the other hand, we don't know what's going on with our old house. And on the other hand, now, if they evacuated me to Tiberias, maybe I would stay to Tiberias. But they evacuated me to the center, so I rented out an apartment in Rishpon, and I'm here. And people already study at school, but I cannot afford buying a house in Rishpon. So tell me, how do you do that? What do you do with the taxes? So that she is willing to take loans, but she wants to start over. Who's going to answer her? There's no address for her, because the communities always actually take care of those who are willing to move back. Nobody talks about it. Nobody talks about it. So I talked about Rachel, the emergency authority. When they talk about whether to go back or not, there's also mistrust. So there's a home front command directive that says that in March 15 you can go back to Sderot. Home front command can speak about the military aspect, cannot speak about any other aspect. What does it mean? Where is the state? Why doesn't it tell us? What are the conditions that allow? Like what the conditions that say that a certain settlement should be evacuated? What are the criteria for bringing people back? Have you seen this list? Because I haven't. And then we get to will the school open or not? How about jobs? So if I actually if the war still goes on, okay, there is work going on, but we are allowed to go back. So if I work in Tel Aviv and my kid studies in a school in Sha'ar HaNegev, so what should I do? Should I go to work in Tel Aviv? But how about if is there like a siren? Who will take care of my child? Nobody will do that, I know. So what does it mean? What are the criteria? What are components of routine, cultural life, work life? Nobody speaks about split community. We are trying to manage split communities here. And then we connect to it, we add to it. We also need to think about destroying Hamas, but they told us that they already destroyed Hamas. So did they or didn't they? So then they tell me we will destroy them completely, but Hamas, and then they say Hamas will not be destroyed, there will be still some leftovers, but the terrorist who will going to invade my home, is he part of them? So all of these things must be addressed. And I'll give you one more example between civil society and state, because it has to do with all spheres of life. This joke, my joke that I usually tell, that when I reached Kibbutz Shfaim, nobody was waiting for me because I came from a war zone. Nobody was stood there and said, "Hold on, someone is on his way." So, and checked who got there, and I was traumatized. And then I actually sat there in my car in the parking lot for 3 hours. Maybe I needed therapy too. And then they brought me to this amazing garden in Shfaim. So many people, masses of people there. It's like Aladdin tunnel, and they caught me. What do you want? Which perfume do you use? What shoes do you like? What do you wear? What do you need? Do you want? I didn't know. I said, I only want a bed. And the civil society just gave and gave, but then a month passed by, and in the midst, the seasons changed, and winter started, and we got there. We called it Galerie Lafayette. There was like different shops, improvised shops, and then we started wearing second hand, this amazing garment was given to me. And then I got there and I saw someone wearing a very nice shirt. So I told him, so he tells me it's not from Galerie Lafayette, it's Galerie La Palite. It's like the drugstore for refugees. So all these people are not at home, and you need to get a certain amount of money so you'll be able to live. So at home I could take the children and grandchildren and play with them indoors, but now I need to find activities outdoors. So I take them to restaurants, what do you do in the room, in a hotel? And my grandson tells me, "Grandma, can you come over?" And I asked him, "What? There is no space in your room." So he said there's like a mattress on the floor, and I slept over. You understand? We cannot entertain. I'm not even speaking about relationship and couples who cannot even argue. Once I heard some woman crying in the corridor. She didn't want to cry in front of her children, and this is how we have with what we've been having for 5 months. We have no secure space, and there is the evilness roulette, if you wish. But I'm doing quite well because no one from my family was murdered. So I'm asking you, let's speak the same language. So has anyone believed that whole settlements in Israel will be conquered? Did anyone believe that people would be shot at, that the special forces won't be able to reach Kfar Aza? Special forces never made it to Kfar Aza. Has anyone believed that I will stay in this evacuee center for 5 months? And has anyone believed that despite all I've told you so far, we still do not give up and we're still hopeful? And for that purpose, we need to solve all these problems and make sure that the resilience centers, which are not part of the budget, they're not budgeted. And when I'm a member of the Knesset, we actually invested a lot of money on resilience center in Ashkelon, in Netivot. Why? Why did we do it? And how come it was not organized? You know what I have the most in my room? Bottles and pills. So whoever comes to Shfaim gave me a bottle. These are good drops. And I got panicked, and I actually verified that my children were not taking anything because people gave it to them. And how many bottles of drops and pills were given to us. So until I actually stopped it. So Actually, if someone volunteers, you cannot ask for a resume. There was no order there. They treated people. Maybe there was some damage done to us and people were replaced and so on and so forth. And I can actually talk for on and on about it. But it is important to me to finish by saying, yes, I am angry. We need to change the language we speak. And we went back to the Maslow pyramid. We just wanted to live, and some of us are still there because of this. Instead of fearing the terrorists, and some of us are still fearing the terrorists, we actually are more concerned with actually preventing people from committing suicide. So the day before yesterday, I met with two families who actually, nobody visited them and they were not part of communities. Who takes care of them? You need to actually go down to the minor details. And the easiest thing is to actually not taking responsibles. So we meet with Kuma, we meet with several generals, representatives from the Prime Minister office. So people who do, and she introduces herself as a representative of the Prime Minister office. She was in this role, and I asked her, what committees do you attend? She told me that she did not attend any committee. So today she's much more experienced, but it's as if different entities sending representatives. If we've had enough with repeating our stories again and again and again. I feel as if I'm an exhibit, so I don't feel like speaking about October 7th again and again and again. So we have to obtain resilience. So it's like in the military, when we had no specific portfolio for a drill. Without it, you cannot conduct a drill. You need this portfolio, a very specific one, specified one. But this time we didn't have one, so everybody did what they could. But even now, we are not building this portfolio. We don't know what the rules are. And if it happens again in the north tomorrow morning, we will experience the same chaos. And that's why we need to think about the north and to learn the lessons that have been conducted ever since October 7th. We shouldn't wait for it to happen again and then say, oh boy. We'll say, wow, we need to embrace people, to support people. It's okay, don't embrace us because it's difficult for us to accept these embraces. And last comment, don't ask how we're doing. Ask us, how are you today? Because we only know how we feel today. So I hope I offered a different perspective, and we must look into this whole matter of the home front.
Indeed, you have given us a different perspective. Thank you for this. And we'll now move on. Well, it's very hard to recover after what you've said. First of all, I am a colonel, but so I'm familiar with both these sides, and one of the lessons from the Sudanese war, when I began my career in the Home Front Command, one of the conclusions at the Home Front Command was that the military had to do much more in the civilian sphere. And I had the privilege to establish the liaison officers to the local authorities. So yeah, the military has been partaking in the civil culture. I am regretfully no longer deputy mayor of Rosh Hashanah because the elections are over, and I've experienced. I was looking for words on how to refer to myself here at the Research Institute, and I'm perhaps a sort of lab rat. I have a perspective of 8 conflicts of the Home Front Command in Israel, the Operation Protective Edge, Cast Lead, very big names indeed, and some others that we're not familiar with. I've experienced them on my shoulders as a commander of the region. And in light of the experience that I've garnered, we've established the Marcel, the Citizen Assistance Center that was established ad hoc following the COVID crisis. And in this framework, I've commanded the elderly people homes crisis. We had 17 elderly people's homes where people had died, and I partnered in the establishment of this unit. I was not a commander of the unit in this center. Actually, there were only 2 commanders, my predecessor and myself. And that center is a connection. The Marcel is a connection or a national cockpit that is able to see the national situation or face of things. And this is the only national unit, and I'm a reservist. This is the only place that sees the need, maps the needs, and provides and addresses the need. And I obtained it from 154 leaders of local municipalities that filter the responses until the national level response. I promise that I won't present the whole presentation. I manage this operation in 3 languages: the professional, military, reservist language, and civilian language. Now, I know that we have to pool working hands and money. You can see here after 88 days, I actually was discharged 20 days ago. This presentation was prepared for the president when he visited us at the Marcel home. We've had 405 new local authorities established in a hotel. Over 200,000 people were evacuated to hotels, and you noted that there are those that we knew about and those that we didn't know about. And Talia, I'll take what you said. I handled the here and now. We've handled over 100 operations in the field. Now, I was always asked, are you the one to do that? And I said, yes. Do you have to bring Similac to a hotel? And I said, yeah. And they were always asking, isn't the state supposed to do this somehow? You can look at the numbers, the amount of funds that we recruited, and anything outside the white text box. That was my own personal. A military entity recruited $100 million. No, it's not a military entity. It's philanthropy and the business sector. Under Marcel, it's the business sector. I have a business desk. Who's the head? Einat Zinger. I'm the head. Is it the military? No, it's me. It's the military. So it's the military that recruited $180 million. You can see it that way or differently.
I
have to say,
אנחנו לא לקחנו, אנחנו קונקטור. בסדר?
We're a
אני רק
connector.
רואה צורך ומחבר לו מענה
I saw
באיזשהו מקום. הצבא לא לקח
a
או לא
need.
גייס את הכסף לעצמו, בסדר? צריך
the
להבין את זה,
military
בסדר?
did not recruit the
אבל בואו,
funds
אמרנו
for
שאנחנו לא
itself,
מפריעים ומדברים.
but
נכון?
we said that
אחר
we'll
כך
talk
אנחנו
and then
בסוף
later
נדבר,
ask.
בסוף. והיה שיגעון שלי שאמרתי שזו הזדמנות קלאסית להכניס את
And
המגזרים.
that was a
דיברתם על הרבה
classic
מגזרים.
opportunity for me.
שכחתם שיש מגזר
You
אחד
talked
שאין
about
שם,
many
קורא לאוכלוסייה
sectors.
דוממת.
There's
וכל
the
האנשים
silent
הצרכים
population,
המיוחדים.
people with
והכנסתי את
special
כולם
needs.
מתחת לאלונקה, מה
And
שנקרא, לקבל טיפול.
I
מה? העמסתי אותם עליי.
I loaded them
אבל
on the
אני
stretcher,
הולך
all
לעשות
of
את
these
החלוקה,
populations.
כי ביקשתי שיעשו שני דברים, גם יגידו מה הם
I
צריכים,
asked
וגם
them to
יגידו
do
איך אנחנו יכולים.
two things, to say what they need and also to say how we can use their abilities. You can see the abilities bank, everything we did.
של האזרח.
We
אפשר לראות את
bridged
כל המענים של
between civilians and
שאני גם
responses.
בצבא, אני לא יכול להתעלם.
Now, because I'm a military man
ביקשתי
as
מכל
well,
מי שנותן,
I was always
לחשוב על
asking
כאן
those who
ועכשיו,
gave
וגם
to
לשמור
think
כסף,
of the here
גם
and
להשקיע
now,
את
and
הכסף,
also
את הכסף
to
ליום
save
שאחרי,
money
שגם
for
ישמרו
that
את
rainy
מה שנקרא,
day.
את הכספים לעומק, או את היכולות שלהם לעומק. אני בת מאכ"א, אבל קראו לי עכשיו מאכ"א בשביל שאני...
I was called to bring this model and treat 350 soldiers that will be discharged from the reserve services. And the project coordinator asked me, what is my opinion? And I told him, October 7th came to me as a boom of things that I have to do. And I estimate that 350 reserve soldiers that contributed their body, their selves. And some of them will come back and find they have no home, no work, and they'll suffer. And I think that when when the dust settles over Gaza and people's heads will clear, people will come back home, and in 3, 4, 5 months we'll experience a big aftershock of the reserve recruitment. Now there is this tendency to send arrows towards the ultra-Orthodox population, but you can see here their acts of heroism. You can see the breakdown of funds, and I emphasize, we did not treat any military men, although there were donors who wanted to address the military. I directed everything to the IDF. We treated only civilians. You can see where the money was invested. When people ask me what resilience is, I answer, these are 4 circles. Resilience is 4 circles: the individual, the family, the community, and the state. Usually, until the past conflicts that I've experienced, things were closed down within the first 3 circles, and now it goes out. Now, when I see a mother cooking a couscous at home and distributing it to soldiers, that is part of resilience as well. Here you can see the Marcel supermarket, and it's provided not by the military but by the voluntary entities. We've responded quite a lot through this. Here you can see how we operated. I'm familiar with the tendency to shoot arrows at the governmental ministries. It did indeed take time for the ministries to wake up and do and act. And in this place, there's no organizational manual that says what the state has to do. And I wanted to break down the barriers at the Marcel. So if someone deserved something, then I wanted to cut across the loop of when you give what you give. And I remember the names of people, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I don't know how to fly planes. I don't know how to free things in the border taxes, or if we had to renew identity cards or driving license because they were burned. And when people who had no clothes because they were burned, and later on the validity of driver's licenses, for example, were extended automatically by 3 months. So yeah, we were assisted a lot by the government ministries. We had the Ministry of Religion, Ministry of Health, and they all connected to the Marcel very directly. Are we good in terms of times? I'm pretty much done. This is a photograph that praises all the people who partook in this. Now, it's a joke. In March, on March 2023, I received notice in SMS of the command over this unit. And I was told that I'll just be sitting on the beach smoking a cigarette because the police and the state know what to do. So I went to study my role and look at what I need to do. And everyone forgot. You had a bow and I had a shield and an arrow. And then I was recruited to the reserve studies. And regretfully, on October 7th, I came back from a trip abroad. And then I was recruited 2 days after that. And people ask, what should the state do? Now, every state has, whatever state it is, has only 80% ability to provide the needs. There will always be 20% volunteers, but you have to orient and navigate these volunteers so that Mira will not get too perfumes from Lafayette and you will have none left. So that's what we try to do, I hope successfully. היו לי פה את הטבעות, שמתי אותם ואין לי מושג איפה זרקתי אותם עכשיו. מה אני אעשה? שמתי כהן. מה עולה? לא שומעים? אני לא שומעת. Sorry, I can't hear, of course. Good afternoon. Ohad, 39. I just look 50. I would like to reinforce what Talia and Mira said. It's very important to hear the people in the field. Yesterday when I sat here, I said, we're sitting under the lamps in the Tel Aviv University, but in the field things look differently. It's very easy to hold such discussions without representatives from the field. Now, Future to Gaza envelope. That is maybe the most important part, is a pioneering designated organization that wants to restore the trust mechanisms and make sure that all the decisions about the Gaza envelope will be taken together with the field via a professional grassroots leadership. So, Ohad Cohen, I'm a graduate of the Oroner settlement. I'm a graduate of the military command, and yep, PTSD could erupt after years. I'm evacuated. I live in Even Yehuda now. And on the third day of the war, I decided that I can't go back to my convenient life in high tech and I have to do something different. And that's how was born, Future for the Gaza Envelope was born. As one of the most emotional, thrilling thing that were born due to the war. Dozens of people volunteer every week throughout the envelope in the urban and rural areas, in kibbutzes and cities and settlements. All the borders have fallen on October 7th. As someone who's urban in origin, who lives in a kibbutz and now lives in a moshav, in a settlement, there was never a difference for me. And we began to recruit the best people in the field. And if you see the list, you'll say, wow. And these people dreamed together for the past few months on how to rehabilitate the Gaza envelope, because just like my connection with Meir began after I was said quotes from Daniel, and I felt, wow, that's exactly what we do. So I turned to Eitan, and he made the connection too. And then I suddenly understood that our place, our role in the rehabilitation of the Gaza envelope, I mean, we're people, we're ordinary people. I am an anonymous person. Nobody knows me in the Gaza envelope, and that's a great advantage. We just had it. On the third day of the war, I raised my head, looking around, and I asked, who's going to address us the day after? And I still don't have an answer to that. And in this situation, I said, we will be here. And since then, we haven't stopped for a moment. We are the residents. So a future for the envelope at Tidlotef is nothing. We will bring back the Zionist ethos to the forefront. We'll go back to the land, not easily. Nothing will be simple anymore. Just like Mira said, even what Daniel presented, it looks amazing and supports my agenda, but I will say, let's look at it. We no longer believe in anything. Now, from this location, we want to rebuild. Let us rebuild it because we don't have a choice. Now, we're not a think tank. We're not a protest group. And it's not for nothing that you haven't heard about us, but you will hear about us in the future. I'll say that the people of the Gaza envelope are taking responsibilities, and we've mapped all the life fields, the core issues, welfare, resilience, economy, demography, health. And in each of these fields, we say the field, Kerem Sharon, Shalom, Sderot, Zikim, Ein Absor, Or HaNer, we're saying together how we want things to be. We're not saying we and go. We're saying we or us and come with us. Listen to the field. If the data that Daniel is presenting are true, then we should be everywhere. And in the course of discussion today, Shachar from the Tkuma administration has invited us to see the 5-year plan for the first time, and that's emotional. And I'll refer to the Tkuma administration later. Now think about how exciting it is. And we have people in our team that have lost their mothers, their spouse. Some people were kidnapped, taken hostage, and came back. But we're not a protest group. We don't want to ask for anything. We want to act. We recognize the core issues, and we'll say how we want it to look, and we act. or if there is another entity that's operating, let's say Marcel or the Israeli Coalition for Drama, excellent.
נשב בצד ונדאג שהדברים באמת קורים כמו
So we'll just sit aside and make sure that things are happening like we want them to happen, and wherever there is no solution, we'll be there, because if we won't be there. And yesterday we had this brainstorming here in the internal branch of the INSS. We didn't ask the question, why do we need a Gaza envelope thriving and flourishing? Have we asked that question, or are we just part of inertia and being swept? No, we had these questions. We asked these questions. And the answer is, if we don't go back to the land and rebuild that place, then we can shut off the lights.
אני בחרתי לגור בעוטף.
I chose to live in the Gaza envelope. I can live elsewhere in the state. I chose to live there. And if I can't,
ולא בא בהאשמות
I'm not accusing the military of the state, but if I could not live in my sovereign state in the place that I choose to live in, I'll tell you that I cannot be here. And if I could not be here, someone who defines himself as Zionist and who has fought for 4 months, and by the way, do you know, employees are not entitled to unemployment wages, actually. So the residents are saying, this is what we want, this is how we want it. Yesterday, we've distributed the mapping. I could send it to you. For the first time, we can see a visual picture of all the initiatives that we have in the Gaza envelope nowadays. But beyond, yes, you can, or yeah, I'll send it.
יש גם משימות להמשך. אגב, האתגר הכי גדול להייטקיסט,
And by the way, the greatest challenge for a high-tech person in establishing a Jewish Zionist movement is to stop using English. I wanted to say action items, but I'm saying tasks for the future, and this semantics is very important. So beyond the core issues, we want to sweep the state along with us. It's not our sole task. One of the things that we want to make sure is that the rehabilitation of the Gaza envelope will be a national task or mission. I want all the people who are here to understand that without a thriving and safe Gaza envelope will be lost.
נוסף,
And an additional thing,
עוד לא.
not yet.
דקות.
I need
2 דקות לקחתי.
2 more minutes.
וחוץ מלהפוך את זה למשימה לאומית,
Besides making it a national mission, we have to talk about the identity and ethos and narrative of the Gaza envelope, because no one else is doing it and will doing it. We're conducting a poll. 90% of hundreds of respondents are not familiar with the concept, the Tkuma region, do not acknowledge it. Now, these decisions will not be made without us.
עתיד לעוטף,
Now, regarding Tkuma, a future for the Gaza envelope, I don't know how to be controversial. I don't want to motivate people from protest. We want everyone to get along with everyone. I'll tell you, Dganit, I'm here for you. All the residents of the Gaza envelope are here for you. Your success is our success. It's clear to us. I don't know if you have the different a different perception of things. I was taught to put my ego on the table. I want a thriving and safe Gaza envelope, and whoever could help us realize this dream, then in 20 days we could look back, 20 years we could look back and say we did it together. What I would ask, and I will conclude with this,
עתיד לעוטף, מוצאים את זה די בקלות.
you can Google it, a future for the envelope. You can register because we need your support, so you'll be updated by us. I update every Friday.
מאוד שקופים, מאוד הכל,
We're very transparent, and we're here for the Gaza envelope. Thank you very much.
Please remind the speaker to use the microphone. Thank you. So whoever wants to make a comment regarding this chapter, this is actually the summary of our seminar. You're more than welcome to do that. Welcome, would you like to? You know what? Hold on. Yes, please. את יכולה להרים לי את זה מהרצפה? So, hi, I'll do it very quickly and so let me just say in a few words what our unit has been doing at the Homefront unit of the Homefront Command. I'm going to touch upon several points because I think it relates to many things that were discussed today. Our unit actually conducts research, multidisciplinary studies. So we research many things that we've discussed today. We collect data from Israel, from overseas. We conduct studies about what happened in Ukraine, in other disasters. And we conduct surveys. We've been doing that ever since October 7th, and we conduct several surveys a week. We check different parameters, including parameters of resilience, behavior of population, what the population does. We're part of the Homefront Command, if I haven't mentioned it again earlier. So we have teams that go out there and conduct panels or interview evacuees at hotels, at different settlements around questions. So we conduct a network analysis and we check contents on the media, and we collect data from other military units, and through all this data we get information regarding resilience, information that can later be translated into conclusions that help other units of Homefront Command that conduct situational assessment. We incorporate our knowledge with MAMDAD's knowledge or information, which is the behavioral science department, and we take part in different forums. Yes, other comments. Ethan, please. I'd like to ask something. Yes, hold on. Ethan, please. So we heard Daniel, and I heard two words there, bottom up and social capital. Two terms. And then we listened to Ohad, and we listened, but we heard bottom up and social capital. Again, I must say that I hope, Gani, that I'm wrong, but I saw several weeks ago the vision of Tkuma Directorate, and the residents are not mentioned there. They talk about public participation, resilience, relates to all spheres of Tkuma, including construction. Public participation is across all spheres of Tkuma, and not just should be done specifically locally. They should be part of this move. They should be an integral part of it. I hope that someone listened to the comments that I made. Yes, I'd like to take this opportunity not to criticize you, but I'd like to mention that during my long career as a researcher, I've met many researchers from Homefront Command, from MAMDA unit, etc. And if there is one example for lack of collaboration, completely disconnection, is this. In a meeting, when I used to attend meetings, I met military personnel who were my students, but they never collaborate. They hear something from us, and we tell them, we would like to consult with you, we would like to help you. And that's it. This is where it ends. The conclusion, if we take it as an example, we talked a little bit in the beginning about culture in Israel, collaboration between research and practice. I would say that it's almost zero. It almost never happens. Anyone else? Yes. So first of all, this is a summary. So first of all, thank you. We were exposed to so many perspectives. I'd like to talk about the last point, which was very important. Things were said here at different levels, and it reflects the need to update our definitions of resilience, national resilience, family resilience, personal resilience. Very often the confusion is that because we refer to national resilience as a collection of personal resiliences, but it's not the same thing. There might be a state that underwent a national trauma, but the people have a very high personal resilience, and the other way around. Having said that, I'd like to bring up 3 points that I think that are super critical. First of all, obviously, we've been through a collective trauma. There is a term called cultural trauma, the way you process disaster in culture through plays and books. One of the greatest risks is that we came to different realizations that are usually biased based on political affinity, with conception actually collapsed. Multiple narratives regarding what happened on October 7th actually undermines national resilience and community resilience. I think it's critical because I believe that the next challenge we're going to face relates to it. It relates to the perception of the day after. It relates to the hostages. It all derive from different understandings of reality. And we need to work on a certain cultural trauma, common narrative. That's a challenge for the educational system. We haven't discussed it today, but I think it's also critical. One more thing that really makes it hard for us to cope with the challenges of resilience, as were mentioned here, is the structural challenge. We talked about Gaza Envelope. Gaza Envelope is not a separate legal entity. It's not the same thing as the borders of Eshkol or the borders of the Tkuma Directorate, and the ability of the state to address this resilience, of course, is very limited. Each ministry has its own range, so that's why synchronization is critical here. And I'll stop here. Reuven? Hold on. I'd like to thank. Today sometimes I felt depressed, sometimes I felt hopeful, but I'd like to end with a positive comment. People from the South actually made me realize that we need to actually share our thoughts with the general public, normal people for that matter. They want to go back to routine. And if we want the square of the hostages to be filled with people, we must communicate everything. And I want to say the same about Tkuma. If you're not in Gaza Envelope, if you don't live there, you don't know what's going on there. And if we want to actually work together, we need to communicate. It's not only ask people to fill in questionnaires. They need to hear, the public needs to hear about what's going on, about what takes place. And since you are very active in the studios, you should communicate it there, because they always talk about, they talk on and on in these studios all the time. And I think that it's very, very important. And I'd also like to say that I really, really wonder, why do you need 80,000 as an example? Sports facilities in Gaza Envelope, which, we need to actually open our minds, not to do more of the same all the time, to look at it from a different perspective. I think we started doing it, looking at the broader picture today, a bit of a multidisciplinary approach. 2 more sentences. I would be glad to see more young people here, more young researchers and practitioners. And thank you for being here, because it is important. And Let me ask it. I know that this place is the INSS, but anyway, ladies and gentlemen, it's not all about the military. We need more civilian voices that will take part in these processes. Because once we turn everything into the military mode, we lose part of the population. Reuven, it's your turn. Yes, thank you. First of all, again, I'd like to thank you, Meir, and I'd like to thank the INSS, Tamir and Manu. It was a very intensive, enriching seminar. I listened carefully to all the speakers, but I heard the subtext. You didn't give it a name, right? It's a subtext. Subtext is very binary. So there was all. So top down, it's either top down or bottom up. Field versus research, settlements versus government. Lots of polarization, sometimes with some kind of unmet expectations. So I thought about a metaphor taking from the therapy field. In therapy, we always say, how could you provide support without being without giving orders? And to the patients, we say, how can you ask for help without developing dependency? So we need to be flexible. We need to provide help, but not to feel as if we are the boss. And the ability to ask for help without developing dependency is very, very important. It's true for this situation as well, especially between the Gaza enveloper and government entities, but also it might relate to the entire Israeli society. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to thank you for having me today. And I want you to know I was one of those people that came with Karen Tov with United Israel Peel about a month and a half ago and visited kibbutz Nir Oz. And my husband and I both shared you can't be voyeuristic now. We can't come and see this and go back to our comfortable lives in Australia. So I came back a few weeks later for a month to be here and learn. And I want you to know, because I don't think everybody always feels this, but I'm an Indian, American, Australian. I'm not Jewish. My husband's not Jewish. There are many, 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 many people around the world. I have both a philanthropic hat and a humanitarian hat on here that are deeply caring about this. I think it's a global problem, not a national priority. It's a global priority. And there are people around the world, including in the Arab nations, talking to me, including someone from Lebanon, including someone from Egypt, including someone from the Emiratis. I've spoken to these people. These are good people that care about you. And they're everywhere. And I'm here with a lot of people behind me that are watching to learn first before we jump in and fix. We just give back. So I just need you to know that. I really heard you both and all the researchers that have dedicated their lives to this, that you really aren't alone. And you maybe don't feel it today, but it's coming. I just wanted to say thank you for having me.
You all very much for being willing to share your stories. And I hope, for me, the biggest and most successful outcome would be us working together. So whether we're a researcher with a Homefront Command or an entrepreneur who's, I think we're connected on LinkedIn already, I think those are the kind of connections we should be building, rather than each one of us going back now to do what we did before. I think learning from the stories that we've heard and then connecting to each other and building something together is the most effective way to move forward.
Thank you. So first of all, thank you. There have been so many meetings at different levels, and this is also very beneficial. I didn't plan to do it, but I must give an answer. when you talked about whether the military is involved or not. When we speak about such a small country, the home front is the front, and the front is the home front. So it's very easy to actually rely on the military because it has all the mechanisms, but we shouldn't do that. We should not do that. And this is one statement that I wanted to make, as long as we don't know how to differentiate, to separate, to force this separation, we will be at a worse place. I don't understand whether there's a time axis or pendulum, and it's both. So there is the axis of time, and it's destructive. We talk about the hostages, we talked about the evacuees. I call us displaced because they displaced us. We weren't evacuated, really. So it's between anxiety and threat. Do we feel threatened, and are we anxious? But there is also trust. On the other hand, there is trust in the systems, language and knowledge participation. If they actually don't speak our language, we will become more anxious, and we want trust. And I'll give you 2 examples. When they say you can go back, you cannot say that the train to Sderot stops because it's dangerous. So it's okay for me to live there, but the train cannot reach the city. Or when they actually announce on a big advertisement, you probably saw it, the road that they were going to establish, actually a hiding place for cyclists. So I was wondering, so a few residents just put stickers on these huge advertisements and wrote, "What didn't you get?" So they removed the sign, but actually they continued this project, and they yelled at the entire world, and right now they only left the foundations. So this is what's going on, and we should talk about it. Language and trust, and home front, which is the front, and the front, which is the home front. This is the basis for all. Yes, it's going to be very, very short. Yeah, I promise. So, in continuation to what Guy said, I sat with Guy and we conducted situational assessment at the Home Front Command, and we took the information that was available to us, and we conducted some kind of a process in order to come up with the situational assessment of the population behavior. And one of the things we learned throughout the war is that across 8 parameters of resilience, we saw that there is a nation, but there is no state. Really, this is what we saw. At the daily level, this was the conclusions from our situational assessment. So in this sense, and apropos what Reuven mentioned earlier, so what we have to deal with is a huge challenge, and this is the challenge of fusion, actually connecting between civil society initiatives and the state, because ever since the beginning of the war, we could say, well, civilians want to volunteer, but still we speak in 2 voices, and citizens do not feel as if their problems are addressed. Trust is not resumed, and then the feeling is that we are treated is not really, we don't feel as if we are being treated, and this is in this way we cannot build resilience. But once we will be able to recapture the people and the state together, in order for us not to speak in 2 different languages, we will be able to resume trust, and from that point on we will be able to develop resilience. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. I just want to say a few words about in short before I ask Tamir to sum up. So I had this thought, and I still have this thought, and I'm much more encouraged now after the meetings, after this seminar. Well, I think that it's a mission, it's a very important mission of people like us to join forces into a thinking group, an action group, I would even say a pressure group, and to put pressure on the state with regards to the civil front. I call it a civil front. The military front is being addressed pretty well, despite the blow it suffered on October 7th. It proved itself as able to recover, to be functional, and I think that it's doing a good job. But the civilian front, which is an integral part of the war, of the operation, functions, let's say, with many question marks here. And I think that all of of us here have a mission, and I suggest that we, the INSS, will serve as some kind of an enabler, enabling these voices that were heard today to act together and holistically with regards to social resilience and also with regards to specific components which are very, very important and that should be the civil front. And we saw that there is the state in general, starting with the morale and the routine and function. So we are dealing with that. We're trying to deal with that. But there are other points here. There are weaknesses that are very concrete and very significant that affect everything. And as far as I'm concerned, I think that we should pay attention to it in order for us to be able to help the functional system or dysfunctional system to help it provide the right solutions. And the two main or three main weaknesses. First of all, everything that has to do with Gaza envelope, with all this horrible saga which is going on and will go on in the future. The second one is the northern region. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a problem that, contrary to the south, which is being addressed, at least we have the Tkuma directorate, but there's nothing in the north. There's no horizon or clarity there. Horrible things, significant things might happen there. These two things. And of course, also special needs population in terms of families of hostages, populations of reservists who got discharged, and they have different problems, emotional problems, etc., and they require systemic treatment. So if we could, as a group, we can elaborate, expand the group, adjust the group, whatever it takes to work with the entities that are in charge of it. And I'm so glad that Ganit is here because she represents Tkuma. So first of all, I thank you for being here. And on the other hand, we've been trying for a long time to collaborate with you. So I'd like not only to collaborate with you, but also with the Home Front Command. It's very difficult to collaborate with you, Home Front Command. You shouldn't be aware of it. So I wanted to invite different representatives from Home Front Command, and it didn't work. And I'm telling you that I'm so grateful for you that you came. So in order to function and work together and think together and use our experience, our contact, our experience in order for us to be able to help in managing the civil front. Last statement, it's not about to end in the coming weeks or months, not in the south and certainly not in the north. So it's a long-term mission. And I believe that it is important to sum up this meeting. And now I'm going to give the floor to Tamir. We are here in order to coordinate the efforts and to provide support, planning support, conceptual support, with everything that has to do with managing the civil front. The floor is yours.
I don't have a lot to add. I feel that I don't have the level of professionality, information, and involvement in order to dare summarize the content of this seminar. I was not present throughout most of the day, and also my impression is that concluding things for the people who are sitting here and experience things will be arrogant. I'll just say that I deem this as a central part in Israel's security, resilience, the civil and social front, and the home front in principles, and that's why we'll continue dealing with it. Will generate what Israeli society as a national institute will render knowledge accessible and aspire to inspire action among the state authorities. Thank you, Mayor, for organizing this, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to summarize. I'll just say what I will take away from this day. As action items, I'm allowing myself to say, first, in order for us to integrate the rehabilitation and thriving this region within that obscure term that we use time and again as resilience, is to add it to the goals of the war. Victory is complying with the goals of the campaign and improving the security reality for the long term. I don't think that resilience is part of this. So yeah, Article 6 in the goals of the war is to bring back the residents to their homes. But actually, if you ask people what the purposes or goals of the war are, there are two. But we should add a third one, which is clear that it is part of victory. There will be no victory without the regaining of a thriving South, and all the more so a thriving North. We want to bring back the residents because we have no goals of war versus Hezbollah. And the goal of that war is not to bring back and ensure the thriving of the residents, then something is lacking. I think that this is the first thing that I'll take away from this. The second thing that I learned, and thank you for this, is that rehabilitation will have to be done by people who are building and rehabilitating themselves rather than second or third degree entities. Sometimes we want so much to help and we do silly things. We say, oh, you've undergone such a horrible experience. Sit aside. We'll rehabilitate everything and you'll get everything new from the nylons. But that's the wrong thing to do. And when we think about it, based on my military experience, that's always right. You cannot recover from trauma without coping with this yourself. And sometimes, when you let traumatic soldiers, you give them a break, then you make it harder for them to rehabilitate. So I think, these people should be involved in their own rehabilitation. Thank you for teaching me this. And the last thing that I want to take away to my work, and that is about the tension that we have created by evacuating the populations, because I partake in the Ministry of Defense. Now, evacuating the residents enabled us to prolong the war because we knew that obtaining the goals of this ambitious war will call for a long war. Evacuating the residents enabled us to obtain a long war, and a long war perpetuates and creates a vicious cycle in which the liberty that you've obtained by evacuating the residents enabled you to prolong the war, and prolonging the war actually worsens the situation of these evacuees. So that is why we have to define this as a purpose of war, because then we'll push, will initiate a pressure to act quickly. So these are my insights. And I truly think that it's important that we as the Institute will continue to deal with this topic. Thank you for coming in. I hope we will do good together. Thank you. Can't hear him. I can't hear him, sorry. So first of all, thank you, Rebecca. Secondly, we'll issue a summary of this. We think it's necessary. And thirdly, as Tamir said, and we'll follow him, we'll continue this as a process of thinking, of convening, of working together. And I expect your collaboration on this. Thank you very much. Drive safely back home.